morning. It is 5:30. Did I say 5:30? That's because one of the digits won't change on my clock. Good morning, everybody. It is 6:30. It is, of course, another day in the day of the coronavirus. But it is 42 degrees, raining cats and dogs right now. As we say, the precipitation is 100%. It's going to get up to 55 today. We'll tell you more about that coming up. It is Thursday, the 19th of March, 2020. Some of the headlines we're looking at today: the coronavirus in New York, shopping malls will close, businesses must cut workers, thousands are being laid off here and around the country. In fact, some places where offices where unemployment is served are being jammed and overwhelmed with requests. As testing grows, cases jump to 1,000 in one day. Here's where. Madison Square Garden event workers are to be paid through the week, and then they will be laid off. The Westchester County Airport is quiet, and even the one thing you might find interesting for you sport nuts and golf nuts, the golf courses are open. Go figure. Alrighty, as we get rolling this morning on a very rainy Thursday, you're listening to Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. This is Radio Westchester, your radio station at the train station. It is 42 degrees. The morning rain will give way to cloudy and drier conditions later on today. We'll get up around 50 tonight, cloudy with scattered showers returning, getting down to about 45. Tomorrow's an interesting day, mostly cloudy, very warm with highs in the low to mid 70s. Chances for a few scattered showers, maybe even a thunderstorm. It'll be sort of tropical, I guess. And Saturday, well, things will level off a bit, mostly sunny skies, but a high of only about 50. The overnight low will be 28 degrees. And the weather, as always, here is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.org. And the bottom of the hour is brought to you by Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Pena & Con, Dominic's Fine Cigars, plug-in virtual reality, and coming up now this week, good friends, and you can pick up, they will deliver as well, the Beachmont Tavern right here in New Rochelle. Once again, welcome to the program. It is Thursday, March 19th, 2020. 42 degrees. It's raining heavily right now across the Sound Shore. Welcome to the program. Trying to keep things on an even keel. Yes, the virus situation, while there are great efforts made to control it, it has not yet reached its peak, and we'll all have to bear up under it. But there is a balance we need to achieve, and we'll get to that. But let's get to our top stories. Once again, I'm Bob Marrone. You're listening to Mornings with Bob Marrone. Welcome to Good Morning Westchester. If you're not listening on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, or Periscope, you're likely listening on Radio Jar, MyTuner Radio, Mornings with Bob Marrone, or the main place to go that'll tell you how to do all this, RadioWestchester.com. What? Don't be upset with me. There's a lot of different things I have to iterate here. Let's get rolling. And, New York, and that's the city, the state, will close indoor shopping malls and prohibit all businesses from having more than 50% of their employees. The others expected to stay at home. The state's latest step to try and slow the rapid spread of the novel coronavirus at the center of a global epidemic. Governor Andrew Cuomo announced yesterday he would issue an executive order implementing the measures, with bowling alleys, zoos, aquariums, indoor family attractions, and indoor areas of shopping malls that they're required to close by 8 a.m. tonight. So the workforce restriction will apply to all non-essential businesses. Essential services, including healthcare facilities, pharmacies, and grocery stores, will be exempt from the order. The executive order, which will include more detail on which businesses are considered essential, had not yet been signed by the governor as of late last night, by 4 p.m. last night. He said, the governor that is, that he understands the burden his order will have on businesses and the economy, but it's necessary to protect the public. And one of the things that we're seeing this morning in all of the news outlets, I think it's out in Pennsylvania, where they had 40,000 requests for unemployment in one day. And that's becoming a huge problem in New York City now, and we'll get to that down in the city with all the restaurants there. And of course, we have many restaurants here. Many people are being laid off. And we'll get in a little later, we'll get to the government's, that is the president's orders and others to try and get checks to people and make up for the financial burden that almost all of us in some way, shape, or form are going to bear. Now, looking in the city, the number of positive cases, rather in New York State, the number of positive cases for novel coronavirus soared 73% just over one day. Now, don't be overly alarmed. This is what is expected. This has been put on a table where people are projecting, as they would with anything where you could use a model, an algorithm, a deterministic arc. It's going to go up, and it's going to go up where the hospital bed or the need for hospital beds exceeds the beds we have. That's why they're looking at different alternatives. And the numbers of respirators that will be needed for people who become seriously ill, those numbers will also exceed current supply. And one of the things that they're doing is they've even commissioned some companies now, as if on a war footing, to start producing them en masse. Also, last night, there were some tests being done in cooperation with many different scientific organizations, going all the way out to the Pasteur Institute in France, here in the United States, and elsewhere, where they're already starting to test. Don't be overly optimistic. These things take time, but they may be able to reduce that which normally takes years down into months, and we will keep you informed on that as well as we come to 6:37. So stay with us here. Now, New York's positive cases yesterday hit 2,382, up 1,000 since Tuesday, and that's the number, the percentage we were talking about. The governor said the figures reflected the seriousness of the situation, and right now, New York's cases exceed 34% of all the cases in the nation. Now, interestingly, one of the places, we wonder if James Dolan will step up, where people are about to be laid off, is all the workers at Madison Square Garden, all the event workers. They'll be laid off by the end of the week, and they're wondering where their next paychecks will come from. In a memo sent to event employees, including those who work home games for the Rangers and Knicks, they were given that information. And I guess it's sort of on the lighter side, but true. Golf. Of all the places that have been closed, again, golf, you foursome is about, I guess, the biggest number of people that ever have to be together, and only two in a cart, if indeed you use a cart. There are numerous measures in place, but so far, the golf courses, the general courses, are still open. So you won't be able to golf this morning, by the way, unless you are in a, umbrellas and raincoats pouring out. It is 6:39. The airport is also slow here in Westchester County. 3 weeks ago, business was booming. George Latimer, the county executive, was talking about the different gatherings to figure out what the next steps for the airport will be. Now, it's quiet. There were so many travelers flying from HPN that the 1,200 space parking lot was at capacity just 2 weeks ago. Now, 200 cars were left in the garage. The overflow lot was emptying out. The car service was slowed down. As we said, even the airport is slowed down. Now, here at the train station, where we have a 1,500 car lot, a huge lot, bus station underneath the terminus for many buses and a starting point as well. We see very few people. And later on, when the sun comes up, and we've got the lights on, of course, in the studio, people can see, and it's hard to see out. But we will put on our other camera that is now blacked out, and you will see that there is nary a soul. One individual who will actually talk with, a young man who we want to shine a bit of a light on. Here, it's very quiet at the train station. The guard is here. The guy's been closing the snack bar at 12 o'clock starting yesterday, only because he has no customers. Doesn't have any. There's a man from the MTA that occasionally wanders around, and there's a very dedicated custodian, a gentleman that's been cleaning up outside and polishing and shining up the doors and disinfecting things and working as if this place was normal, as if we had thousands of folks and just that kind of dedication. It's people like him, including the police, the fire, the nurses, the doctors, and now government employees who normally it's fun to trash. Our politicians are having their better moments, most of them anyway. But we'll get to that too as we move through the day. So much slowing down, although I do see a few people still trudging to work. Some observations about that later. Not a lot, but some. All righty, President Donald Trump, we mentioned that New York has 34% of the cases in the country. Well, President Donald Trump will deploy a floating naval hospital to New York to help respond to the virus outbreak. The U.S. nursing ship, or naval ship Comfort, a ship that has about 1,000 hospital beds, will soon be sent to the city harbor to help free up space in hospitals. Meanwhile, the governor said the state is scrambling to increase its hospital capacity in all ways possible as the virus continues to spread. The Democratic governor said Trump, a Republican, agreed to send the ship when they spoke on the phone Wednesday morning. Trump confirmed it, and he said, quote, "We're sending upon request the 2 hospital ships. One is going west as well." The Comfort, which is housed in Virginia, includes a wide array of medical facilities, including 12 operating rooms, and it should help ease the spread. Now, yesterday we got word and heard on various outlets that Stu Leonard's in up county just a little bit was enacting certain limits to calm down shoppers. In fact, I know the county executive stopped by there yesterday. Stu Leonard's limiting sales to some items as the store faces growing demand. The Yonkers grocery store is trying to keep enough items for everyone by allowing customers to purchase just 2 packages of ground beef, toilet paper, paper towels, and hand sanitizers. Stu Leonard Jr. I'm trying to combine the word owner and junior, and that's what happens in your head. The owner, Stu Leonard Jr., says they are trying to keep up with the demand, but some items are more difficult to get. Shelves that once contained paper towels are now empty, and Leonard says that toilet paper is even more scarce. He says, again, they're going to try to monitor those sales. Now, in terms of finances, and those of you obviously who are being laid off, or those of us in small businesses, and frankly, many, many, many others are worried about their jobs, and there is a financial issue coming. The president yesterday wants to send large checks to all Americans as soon as April 6th to keep the coronavirus from crushing the U.S. economy and families from suffering. And this from various sources into the New York Times, sources I should say, not sauces, that's what I put on spaghetti. Various sources, the Times, the Wall Street Journal, Post, News, and he's trying to do that as soon as April 6th to keep it from crushing again the economy. The president had suggested those checks could amount to up to $1,000 each and would be means tested based on income and family size. Could be as much as $2,000 by some reports. Again, none of this is final, but it is in the works, and they're looking at a package. And it's going to increase the deficit, but we can't worry about that now, by probably $1 trillion. It's going to be a $1.3 trillion payout when done. Now, one of the things, and we repeat this so you won't feel conned, but to remind you once again that this particular geometric progression of the virus is predictable, and it is being predicted now. So if we were looking at a graph and we're going from here to here, we know that, let's say, we're here. And it's going to go up and it's going to peak and flatten out and then go down. So the worst is yet to come. And we remind you so that you won't be shocked by it, but know that according to all the news that we're getting, it is being planned for at this point as best as possible and coordinated a lot better than perhaps it was earlier on by all parties involved. Confirmed coronavirus cases in the states will dramatically increase in coming days, says this report, as authorities work through a backlog of tests. A top official in the White House task force warned after weeks of delays, the Trump administration has expanded testing and will now be able to run tens of thousands of tests daily. And that is happening throughout the country as we see. Now, we mentioned earlier in our headlines that some There are different people, different organizations working on it. Most coronavirus patients are currently being given a mix of existing antiviral drugs as scientists try to find a proven treatment, and they are trying just about everything, and people are burning the midnight oil to do so. And just before we go and give you another look at the weather and do a reset, and this is happening right here in our backyard. Unfortunately, the fire department had to close down a wedding in New York, and then another one now got fined up in Rockland. They were Hasidic weddings. The case in the paper this morning: shut down a Hasidic wedding in Brooklyn Tuesday after an alarmed community member alerted City Hall to the crowd of revelers defying the ban on large crowds in the face of the coronavirus. And the FDNY spokesman Jim Long told the Post, who gave us this story, that the department shut down the party because the crowd was operating outside of the recent directives. A second case now is been identified up in Rockland County. So we are looking at that. It is 5:46 and time for us to take another look at the weather. Let's do a reset. Let's chat a little bit. Welcome once again to Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am he. This is Radio Westchester, your radio station at the train station. It is 40. Did I say 44? My brain does not work. All right. Why are you here? All right. The weather's brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.org. It is 42, and it is raining cats and dogs out there. It really is raining heavily, folks, so please be careful driving. Now, this heavy weather is driving out to the east. It will not be with us all day. It will give way to clouds and drier conditions this afternoon. Now, tonight, and we'll get temperatures around 50. Tonight it will be 55, actually. Tonight it will be scattered showers returning a little bit, lows around 45, and giving us a very odd day tomorrow, to say the least. Mostly cloudy and very warm with highs in the low to mid 70s. Chance for a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm even. Why? It's getting up again to the mid 70s. It's going to be like an early summer day. But don't count on it for Saturday. Mostly sunny skies, but the temperature will drop down to 49. The overnight low will be 28. You'll still need your heat. And Sunday, sunny, a high of 44. Welcome to the program once again. We're trying to update you as much as we can. We have other stuff we're going to talk about, but update you as much as we can regarding the coronavirus. Now, the Dow took another spanking. And this is where my old background reminds you that everything you see, from the cars in the front of your driveway to the kitchen sink, to the granite on top of that counter that your wife or husband flung out another 10 grand to put in there when that became in vogue, and now they're looking at wooden floors and all that. All this, everything has a value. And values are based on many different things, most of which, when it comes to the stock market, what the real intrinsic value of the item is in terms of how much money they have and assets as they are priced, but also what people think they're worth. And so when the market goes up and down like this, there's a propensity for the prices to sometimes, when I say up and down, to show greater value than the actual asset or lesser value than the actual asset. And here's the point I'm getting at. A relative of mine, I got the call last night. My God, my 401k is down $50,000. And especially in a 401k, you really got to still your hand. Don't join necessarily. And I can't give you advice. I'm not allowed to do that. I'm an old Wall Streeter and I'm not an advisor anyway. But really calm down. Look at the nature of what you've invested in and understand it has a real value and a perceived value, and it always returns. Almost always. Maybe it never comes back to what it was, depends on how far it goes. But this is unprecedented, at least in terms of the amount of money lost. 30% of the market's incredible, from 30,000 to 20,000. And it's probably going to plunge some more. But again, Things don't. I mean, a Volkswagen, excuse me, a BMW is not worth $5. Okay, it's always if it's $60,000 today, and someone said, guess what? It's only worth 50. It's not going down to 20. And if it did, some very brilliant traders will be buying it at 25 and selling it at 40 anyway. So just take it easy. Do not overreact, please. Call your financial advisor, and unless he or she, and there are some, is a huckster, they will advise you appropriately. Now, the Dow below 20,000 mark for the first time in more than 3 years as shares on Wall Street increased over the coronavirus. Now, there are traders making money right now, by the way, because they're going back and forth in the market. That's not what the average Joe should or does do. But professional traders will see something undervalued and they'll snap it up and then really sell it when the market goes up. But they're watching an array of computers and screens more than I have here, and I have 7. And they know when a bird farts in India in terms of the financial market. So they're watching this every day. And that's the value, as critical as we can be, of Wall Street. One of the great dichotomies is there are in that business, and when I say Wall Street, I mean the greater financial world, Europe, Asia, the United States, etc. As you wake up this morning, there are tens of thousands of men and women watching all their screens, watching the values of currencies, watching the amount of widgets that are made, cars produced, respirators developed, and they are watching constantly with a very healthy greed to make money that will keep the value of things as best as they can and real. So rest assured on that. They're working while you sleep. At any rate, excuse me, as losses accelerated in the afternoon, blue chip indexes, those are real top-level stocks, had briefly plunged more than 2,300 points. A similar tumble in the S&P 500 index had triggered a market-wide circuit breaker. Now, one of the things they're going to be doing, you're going to be hearing about this, is the NYSE is going to shut down the trading floor come Monday. And what they're going to do, and the New York Stock Exchange on Wednesday, this yesterday, said it's going to close the floor, no humans, almost no humans, and totally rely on electronic trading. And this is the first time in the history that I can think of. One of the roles of a security market is what we call to maintain a fair and orderly market. Fair means that the price is as best as can be represented by the buys and sell orders and the orders in which they came in. A fair and orderly market means first come, first serve, and that you don't have any huge gaps each time a buy or sell is transacted, which is to say that if something's worth $100 and it's going to fall, and I'm making this up, this is precipitous, but if it's going to fall from 100 to 10, that it doesn't go from 110. In order to get there, an orderly market means it's going to go from 100 to 98 or 99. There are limits, and then 98, and then 96. So a computer can do that better than people in terms of being very rigid and controlled. And this is what we want in a crisis like now. And plus, they'll get people off the trading floor. But it really should help. And for example, they cut back on staff so people remaining could practice social distancing. But again, you got to see the Florida Stock Exchange. It's despite all the technology, there's scores and scores of people all banging into one another, and so that will work. So too, and again, it's not to say when people are there that they won't, but they may not have enough people to do it. To run again the rules of the road, a fair and orderly market. Now, the historic exchange, popularly known as the Big Board, has closed down temporarily during other crises, including 9/11, but this will be the first time it will continue to trade electronically while shutting off access to the physical trading floor. We take a look now into something that we mentioned earlier at the top, talking about the headlines. The coronavirus death grip on the 5 boroughs and elsewhere is choking the life out of many city businesses, with a slew of establishments announcing significant layoffs Wednesday. Restaurants have been particularly hit hard, and so a lot of people are out of work this morning as we begin the show. Now, here are the latest numbers as of Wednesday in New York City alone, and 1,871, 11 deaths. In the state, 2,495, 20 deaths. United States, 9,249 cases, deaths, 149. And we move on to some other issues. And as most of you know by now, Tom Brady is no longer a Pat. We'll be talking to some people about that later today. He's no longer with the evil empire up in Boston. He is, why he chose the Buccaneers, I mean, I know they had the money. I guess he likes some of the ball players they have. He feels that they can support him. But most of the cognoscenti in the sports world this morning, we're going to try and do a lot more sports. And even though they're not playing, there's a lot of great stories out there. We'll try and give you some more entertainment value in the show, not just keep you informed about the coronavirus, but we realize we have an obligation to do that as we come up now on 6:56. And again, it's raining. If you're just getting up, the rain's going to give way this afternoon. But it's raining heavily across the Sound Shore, 42 degrees. Here's what the smart thinking is. He's going to get Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And boy, you never talk about them. I've got sports guys in here. I get them calling on the radio. They never talk about the Buccaneers. Now they're news. He will put butts in seats, but it's his right, hey. But you never know. He's such a great quarterback. Maybe he will do something special. I just think it's kind of rude. People are always ready to jump, especially New York sports writers. I mean, all of a sudden, Eli Manning's estate, they beat him like a rented mule for the almost 20 years he was here. But nonetheless, we wish Mr. Brady well. He's 43 years old, folks. You got to be rooting for the dude. All right, one other story. For those of you who've been following the Weinstein case, Harvey Weinstein is trading the world of red carpets for a world of Rust Belt ruin. The disgraced movie mogul on Wednesday was sent just about as far from the bright lights of Hollywood as you can, from Rikers Island to an upstate prison east of Buffalo. And correction officials will give him a review in which he'll get a security classification and learn of what facility he'll end up serving his 23-year sentence. And no one's sure really where he will go. He'll get boots, sneakers, 3 pairs of state pants, 4 pairs of state shirts, a state coat, several pairs of state underwear, several T-shirts. That's a pretty good deal. 3 squares a day, nice little job, probably in the library. And there's a man who's going to have to watch his back as we come up now on 6:58. And just to show you, remember The Godfather, that I'm not a hard-hearted man, and it's not all dollars and cents. It was great to see the Wall Street Journal do an editorial. We don't know if we beat them to the punch, but we did it here on our show. Even though we tend to skew in a lot of issues liberal, something that troubled us a great deal, and it's always nice to have someone else agree with you. It's just the way life is. But the Wall Street Journal said the mob silences Woody Allen. And I'm going to keep harping on this because as someone who greatly believes in a free press, anytime a book gets burned or prevented from being published, we should all worry. We should all be incensed, even if the people publishing, even if the people who are trying to ban that book otherwise embrace a cause that we hold dear. If we're going to yell at Donald Trump and others whom we believe achieve their goals, but achieve it by challenging and or even downright breaking the rules that make this free country free, it's incumbent on those of us who otherwise support that movement, this is my take, to call them out. And this is one of the things that's gone wrong with the Me Too movement. You folks, and I'm saying you folks, or those of us that embrace it, we cannot be judge and jury. We do not get to exact the penalties. We have a system to do that. And when those we want prosecuted for crimes we believe that they did, they are entitled to due process. If they, through other means, write a book, now there are rules when someone is convicted of a crime about who should profit from that book. But one of the things in this country, particularly if someone has not been convicted of anything and there is no rule limiting their profit-making because of what they publish, this should not happen. What is this? Well, Woody Allen's life story officially canceled, said Roger Kimball, in the Wall Street Journal. When Hachette Books Group announced last week that it would release the director's new autobiography this spring, dozens of Hachette employees walked out in protest. A day later, the book was pulled. Hachette apparently forgot to check with the feminist commissars, he said, and that's what they are, to see if Allen, quote, passes muster in the age of at Me Too, unquote. He no longer does because that's a quarter of a century ago now, during a messy split with actress Mia Farrow, Allen was accused of molesting their 7-year-old adopted daughter, Dylan. The facts around the case are murky, but a judge cast doubt on that report and denied Allen custody. Dylan, now 34, periodically revives the charges against his adopted father, as does Allen's son, the investigative reporter Ronan Farrow, who led the campaign against the memoir. Farrow accused Hachette, the publisher of the recent Me Too expose Catch and Kill, of assisting in efforts by abusive men to whitewash their crimes. Well, and the book was banned. We should all be appalled, and people go, yeah, but did you know? No, that is not how the courts work. That is not how America works. So the folks in the Me Too movement, the next time you say that the president is abusing his power, the next time you yell and scream, and rightly so, that he's pardoning people he shouldn't pardon, and he can even do that legally, by the way. The next time you want to yell and scream that he's yelling at the courts and he's attacking the Constitution and he's gaslighting, which you are now doing in certain ways. Think of that. Don't go banning books. Any movement worth its salt can live with someone else's opinion, even if it's a book by someone you loathe. And look, it ain't easy. You think it was easy for the rest of us to watch those people marching in Charlotte? But if you get a permit and you're allowed to march, that's how America rolls. We have to do that. We need to stick with that. We need to be strong. All righty, it's time to go and do the weather one more time, because that's how we roll and that's what we have to do. If you were listening to another radio station, it's every 8 minutes, so we're doing pretty good, right? All right, welcome once again to Radio Westchester. This is Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. As you know, we broadcast on 8 different platforms. It's probably even more now. Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Periscope, iHeartRadio, iTunes, and the people that just listen, the aggregator we use where you get your podcasts, that would be MyTuner Radio. You can go in and type in RadioWestchester.com. You can type in Mornings with Bob Marrone. You'll see my funny little face. Here we go. The weather's brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhdc.org. It's 42. It's raining heavily. And you know, last night I turned off the heat. I came in today, it was freezing. You just don't know how it's going to be. All right, let's get rolling. 42. It's going to warm up later to 55. This rain will end as we move into the afternoon. It's been heavy at times, but from what we have been forecast, it's going to move out northeast and further out east and get out of our hair. So tonight, as we get into the evening, it'll be 55 degrees, cloudy and drier, but then more scattered showers later in the evening, dropping down to 45. Tomorrow, such a weird day. Mostly cloudy, very warm with highs in the low to, I didn't make this up, low to mid 70s, but a chance for a few scattered showers and perhaps the first thunderstorm of the season. Saturday, things go back to normal, very normal. It'll be about 50 degrees, mostly sunny skies during the day, getting down to 28 at night. And on Sunday, sunny. The high will be 44 degrees. The overnight low will be 30 degrees. Welcome once again to the program. As we get into the top of the 7 o'clock hour, we welcome you once again to the program. This is Radio Westchester, and we're supported this hour by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhdc.org. Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Pena and Kahn, Dominic's Fine Cigars, plug-in virtualreality.com, and our new friends, actually they've been friends for a long, long time, and they are the Beachmont Tavern. Now, I got a few emails about this. We need more. If you have a restaurant here in Westchester if you had to lay off people and you are now in a situation where you're only delivering and or having people pick up. We want you to email us. We're going to give you some free advertising. It'll be something that we can do to help. And each day, and we'd like to get this started by next week, folks. Each day we're going to take one of our segments, and we actually are broken up into segments, if you haven't figured that out yet, of about 8 to 12 minutes apiece. Sometimes we have people on for 2 segments, sometimes for a whole hour, but that's the 9 o'clock long form. We will take one of our segments in prime time, and we will read the addresses, and if you have any special, but you got to make it tight, so it's about 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Give us, we'll write it for you, but email us at bob@radiowestchester.com, and we will make an announcement for you and give out the phone number or the website that you want us to inform people of. And we're also trying to organize it in a way, and this is one of our suggestions, and yes, we're going to give away the idea, which is to sell. Another thing you might want to do is to sell gift cards. Now, other people have had that idea, but here's the catch. To lure them now, so people aren't just doing it out of the goodness of the heart, they get something out of it. Let's have a discount. Maybe it's 50% on a certain dish or whatever. So offer a 50% discount for a gift card to be redeemed at a date in the future to be announced. That will be official for all the restaurants when the crisis is over and you're open again, just to get people back in the door and eating or partaking in your services. So please, we will do that for free as a public service, but you got to call us. You got to give us a buzz. And you will email us. And once again, I'm going to give the email address out. Bob, that would be me, at radiowestchester.com. Let's take a look at the show lineup today. We'll be talking with Vince in a little while. He gets up coarse, groggy. Sounds like he's got 8 flu viruses. It's because he's old and doesn't breathe right anymore. That's what we think. We will be joined by John Bailey from White Plains. Again, no guest. The only person who's going to be on a microphone other than this one is a man already working here, because we have had to limit what we do here, to ban people here in person because of what's going on and the high incidence of people going in and out of the train station in this area. But one guy's already, that's what he does. He cleans up everything here. We're going to talk with him in a little while because he's indicative of, we reached out to his bosses. Man, I got to tell you, you run a company, okay? Laz Parking. We called you yesterday. Now, maybe you're not in. We called you to praise one of your employees. So we're going to give you today to call us back, because you know how we are when people don't return calls. We will out you. But again, we praise you because you've got a wonderful employee here you ought to hear about. Okay, next thing. So we will talk with John Bailey about that. We'll talk some sports at 8 o'clock. There's a lot of sports to talk about. We're going to reach out to Jake, who is now home. We don't know if he's fully quarantined, but he is home in quarantine with his family. But we will reach out and talk to some people about that and get some of you to call in about that, see what you think about Mr. Bailey. We've kept an open spot for calls at 8:20. Andy Spano joins us at 8:35. That ought to be a hoot. And we'll be talking with Choice. Now, someone mentioned, gee, what about the homeless? Well, Choice is taking a very strong step. They are the people that get homeless off the street, get them into shelters, get them help, etc. They are still in full force doing what they do as a necessary public health organization. So, and maybe it's too much to say full force, but we'll find out. We'll talk with them at 9 o'clock. Right now, it's 7:09, and we have a couple of other items to talk about. Now, listen to this. This is important. And it is semi-political, but I have to go there. I can't ignore it. It just cannot be ignored. I don't know what I did. Now, I got to make some more hot coffee because, again, things have been closed this morning, and I couldn't get a hot cup of coffee. So I'm drinking this. Some of you don't like it, but I love this one particular drink. Not alcohol. That would be nice, you know. I could legally do it. I could do the schnuckered, you know. And one day when we talk about drunken driving, when the football season comes back, we're going to do just that. All right. Please listen with both ears, your eyeballs too. You do remember when Mitch McConnell said he wouldn't let any legislation in to prevent the hacking get to the Senate floor. Well, he's probably, and this isn't to pick on him, um, but government officials now are saying that the Russians are using cyber attacks to exploit coronavirus fears here in the U.S., according to ABC's Andy Field. While the U.S. is focused on election hacking, U.S. officials say Chinese as well and Russian hackers are now going after government computers and even our cell phone text messages to take advantage of the COVID-19 pandemic and spread disinformation. And the government now scrambling to find the source and protect against the attacks. So this is bipartisan. This is what's happening. And I'm sure Mitch McConnell loves America more than he loves his party. I wonder. But let's hope he does. Okay. We already told you about choice. All kinds of stuff. We're going to do that later. All righty. A couple of shorts for you to keep you amused this morning. But the phone is open as well. 914 999 4006. 999 4006. It's a good week for Castelvetro, says the Week magazine. Italy, where for 3 hours red wine, now listen to this, pretty good. Red wine flowed from domestic faucets. It's like every sports fan's dream of beer coming out of a spout at your kitchen sink. Anyway, it found a malfunction at a local winery. At a time when we have very little to smile about, I'm glad we brought some love to others. Or levity, said the mayor, Giorgia Messicchia, whose town is near the epicenter of Italy's coronavirus outbreak. So for 3 hours, wine flowed from the faucets. A good day for automation out in Lehigh, Pennsylvania, with the news that Lehigh, PA YMCA is installing a robot lifeguard. There's no way I'm ever going to trust a robot lifeguard at its swimming pool that uses artificial intelligence to detect if a swimmer is at risk of drowning. The device issues a high-pitched alert if it, quote, sees someone in trouble. And by the way, it's cold in here. I'm sitting on my right hand, so it won't freeze. But that's not the city's fault who I rent this from. It's because I turned off the heat last night. Now I'm going to put it back on. I'm going to put it back on. It's generating up. Legacy Media, after the Australian newspaper NT News printed a special edition with 8 blank pages. What do you think the 8 blank pages were for? Toilet paper. Toilet paper is actually pretty useful if it ever comes to that, but it's just to make it print, on yourself. All righty, some more stuff. Russian steps up election meddling. The Russian government is inciting racial violence to sow chaos in the United States. This, according to the New York Times. It reported this week, ahead of the 2016 election, the Russian government created fake Black Lives Matter groups and sought to depress black voter turnout in order to benefit President Trump. This year, officials believe Russia is trying to goad white supremacists and black extremists into violence using private Facebook groups and fringe message boards to avoid detection. Our intelligence officials, yes, ours, intelligence officials, it's a hoax. Intelligence officials told Congress last month that Russia is again seeking to boost Trump, but backed off that assessment this week and said that Russia had no clear favorite after a furious Trump fired his intelligence chief. Now, see what he just did? I'm talking to the Me Too movement. You're guilty of the same stuff. Think about it. You want the high road, stay on it. Yeah, I'm annoyed at the president did it, but I'm annoyed at the Me Too movement too. For banning a book. How fundamental can you get? Think about that. Oh, speaking of some of the olds, these scandals seem like they're 1,000 years away now, don't they? What with us in the midst of the coronavirus. There's this thing called Maslow's hierarchy of needs that we used to teach in management class. And it's fundamental, but it makes sense. And it's, people aren't so worried about justice when they're trying to eat. Okay, so you got to take care of their safety. You can't have monsters chasing them and eating them. You got to make sure they have food. You have to make sure that they have shelter. Then all of a sudden they start needing prosperity. Then they start about looking for ego gratification. Then they start about they now compare themselves and they compete. And then they look for justice and success and supremacy, if you will, or dominance. Or just having a nice life. Well, that said, the scandals are now less on everyone's plate because now we're worried about, hey, I could die, I could get sick. And so we drop all the way down on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. But we still have to do the news, don't we? Interesting this. Now, we touched on this last week when it came out, but the Justice Department can't block Congress from reviewing grand jury evidence tied to Robert Mueller's Russia investigation. The Circuit Court of Appeals ruled this week 2-1 that gives House Democrats access to Mueller's the whole 448-page report, including, now get this, 1,000 blacked out portions, some of which covered entire pages, plus underlying interviews. They're going to get the interviews, they're going to get the memos. Judge Judith Rogers, a George W. Bush appointee, we're not talking about some, for those of you who are concerned, oh, well, the liberals are going to do it. No, it didn't happen that way. A Bush appointee said Congress should see all materials because Mueller did not make a final decision, because he's a wuss, did not make a final decision on whether to bring charges against the president. But remember, because he said he couldn't. Although the Senate acquitted Trump at his February impeachment trial, House Democrats said the full report is still needed to determine whether Trump obstructed justice, included by lying to Mueller in written testimony. Rogers said courts shouldn't micromanage the House information requests. So you heard it here. Now, with all this going on, and if I were working for the president, I'd say don't waste a crisis. Just keep plunging forward. Don't mention any of this stuff. We got an election coming up, and that's how they will roll. Now, speaking of the man behind the hacking of the election in 2016 and the continued efforts to do the same, Russian President Vladimir that sounds the same, right? Vladimir Putin this week through his support, I should say, behind a constitutional amendment that would let him remain in power for life. The amendment passed by the lower house of the legislature would reset Putin's term limit so that he could run the office for 2 more years, keeping him in charge until 2036, when he will be 84. The measure will apply, this is great stuff, only to Putin. All subsequent presidents will be limited to 2 to 6 year terms. Now, every time I think of and write about or talk about or radio about Vladimir Putin, I think of one of the realities of life that has always been a paradox for me. There are times when a government, such as now when we're in crisis, the president, the governor, mayors, they need to have emergency powers. They need, for a short while, to be a dictator. Absolutely do. Or at least to be dictator-like. Because that moves more quickly. It's a much more efficient form of government. Also, there are times in history when, because of crisis, and we saw that with FDR, although we still now have only 2 terms, where we'll say that a person shouldn't be taken out of office. Now, say what you will about Russia, but when Putin took over for Boris Yeltsin, now Boris Yeltsin had he had the opposite of something that Henry Ford used to say: you should do business with a hard head and a soft heart. He was the opposite. He had a good heart. He wanted freedom in his country, but his soft head. Plus, he was an alcoholic. And after the Soviet Union fell, Yeltsin became overpowered by the so-called oligarchs, the people that bought up all the businesses when they privatized. Now, it's true, no one is going to have a moral or church party for Vladimir Putin. But he has done about as good a job from their standpoint, even though it's not free, and even though it's over-controlled, and even though he hasn't done the greatest job with their economy, he's brought stability to that country after what could have been catastrophic. He also brought stability to that country after we were not that sensitive to Russia's needs. We added more countries to NATO right on his doorstep. We moved certain missiles and things like that around with impunity, and we treated them. And you think we'd learned a lesson after the Versailles Treaty that following World War I really led to World War II, but we didn't. So he's been good for their country. And since these are people that aren't exactly fond of democracy anyway, but the reason I mention that is there's a parallel here. because often will people call this show, and I'll shout out to the heavens why people like Donald Trump. And people like Donald Trump because he pursues the agenda that they think this country needs, number one. Number two, he thumbs his nose at the conventional say nothing, even though he does it in a different way, but the conventional say nothing of politicians. Like I've had some, and I'll never mention their names. I'm not in the business of humiliating anyone. Unless they're mean to me, then I will humiliate them and eviscerate them. But I've had one politician in particular whom has not been on for a while, could talk for a full 10 minutes and say absolutely nothing. That's not Donald Trump. He may lie, but he would be on here and call that person probably Mr. Nobody or Mr. Vapid Air or something like that. The other thing is that he has pursued the things that he said he would pursue, and whether it's the wall, quote unquote, and certain other things. The one thing he hasn't done, though, and I was talking about it yesterday with a guest, is, hey, you were going to do something for, healthcare. Hadn't done it. But anyway, I understand that. People want the stability of strength. They want that kind of strength and that kind of, let's do this in a president. The problem is that is not the American system, so we got to take another look at that. But in some cases, it works. Anyway, that's my little speech on that. It is 6:22, and Vince is late. Do you think maybe he overslept? Should we call him? Should we wake him up from a sound sleep? Is the phone off the hook? Trying to lighten the load here, folks. Talk a little history, talk a little books, got a lot of stuff to talk about. All righty. We're going to try and call him. We're going to do the weather. Oh, no, there he is. He woke up. Oh, he must have turned on it. Oh, God, I'm late. What shall I do? Let us see. Good morning. You're on the air.
Hi, Bob. Good morning.
You're late.
My clock is out of sync with yours. I don't know. My phone says it is 7:27. What is your official time?
7:22. And
Okay.
I have two. No. Now it's, oh, look, my main clock is off a little bit. The very official time, as recorded by the Lord himself, you have a relationship with him, is 7:23 and some 30 seconds. So you are 23 minutes. You are 3 minutes and now 42 seconds late. Do you have a note from your wife?
Are you getting your time from your phone?
No.
Oh.
I'm getting it from the transmitter that we use, a very official clock. Now, I have one of those big digital clocks, but after daylight savings time, oh, God, I shouldn't admit this because Anthony's going to trip over himself getting to the phone. I had trouble programming it.
Oh. Because
the clock on the wall is good.
What's the time on your phone?
Oh, God. 7:24.
7:24. See, and
did you get your phone like out of a gumball machine?
I get it from Verizon. Verizon puts the time on there.
I have Verizon. So Verizon, what time is it saying? 7:27. Now,
7:28.
How can I put this delicately? But have you not been wearing glasses for some considerable length of time, sir?
Almost my whole life.
Yeah, I know. When we played hockey together, he had an antenna on his helmet so he could tell where he was going.
Yeah, it's true.
He used radar. And you were a goalie. I got to tell you a funny story, partner. You know, I still play old man hockey, and actually over 30. And believe it or not, my goalie is a quite talented guy, and he's over 70.
Yeah.
So about 2 years ago, a year and a half now, he has to call me because I run the team. Classic captain, coach, bench caller at this point.
Player coach.
Yeah, but you don't really, the only coach you get to do is yell people on the bench because it's beer hockey. You don't have practices. But anyway, good goalie, very, very, uses old techniques very well, pad stacker. And he'd been struggling a little bit. But again, we're in for one for all for one. So he calls me one day. And I guess he was under the misapprehension that I'm a ball buster. I don't know where he got that from. But he said, I spoke to my wife all weekend about this. I hate making this call. And I don't see any reason, Bob, why other people need to know what I'm about to tell you, and you can keep it in confidence at least for a little while. Now, he should know already I have my finger poised over the phone. He said, I just came from the doctor, and I'm not allowed to drive anymore right now. And, oh, God, what's wrong, Dennis? I'm legally blind. He's a goalie.
He's a goalie.
His cataracts had gotten so bad he was just told not to drive that he didn't know how he could see the road. And this was our goalie. Now, what do you think I did?
You spread that like wildfire.
Are you kidding? I think I have arthritis from my phone system. Oh, was he tortured? Oh, it was wonderful. But he had his cataracts and he's back in the net. And do you remember the Gump style with the pad stacking and the
Sure.
stand up? He still plays that way and effectively. Now, he's not lightning quick. In fact, we tell him that sometimes when certain goals go in, we tell him that his poor wife's going to get kicked because he's going to react at 2 in. But anyway, I digress. But he doesn't wear glasses. They say you get this cataract surgery. Like even you will be able to. Do you have
Well, I
cataracts?
was told by my eye doctor that I've got the beginnings of cataracts, but it takes a long, long time for it to
It does. Plus,
develop where you can't see.
you become fond of your dog and cane.
I love the dog. Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm trying. We did the first half hour, and I had to cover all this stuff about the coronavirus. I'm just trying to lighten my load and everyone else's load a little bit because we all have to go through this. We don't have a choice. It's like being in the dentist chair.
There was an interesting thing they were showing on, I guess it was on Yahoo or something. Different locales around the world that was affected, and like just like here in New York, like in London, the theaters are all closed and all that. And they showed a picture, and I looked at it, and it showed a theater where this play called The Mousetrap is playing.
Yeah.
When I was over in London, oh my Lord, it had to be 30 years ago, maybe.
Oh, the last time you were in London, you were using wooden ships.
Yeah, it's true. And we went to see it. It's still running. It's been running for 68 years.
The Mousetrap?
The Mousetrap.
Well, how appropriate is that? You probably go and the thing goes snap and grabs your leg and you're
caught,
stuck there
right.
for 60 years.
It's a murder mystery, and the darn thing's been running in the same spot for 68 years. I've never heard of it.
Well, we've had some stuff run for 30 years here on Broadway, right?
Yeah, Grease and all of that kind of stuff has been around for a long time. But 68 years is and still running. I mean, they don't have any plans to stop the production. It's amazing.
Apropos of that, I'm sure if you're looking out your window, is it raining over in northwestern New Jersey this morning?
Yeah, I can't tell if it's actually very, very overcast.
Okay, well, would you put on your glasses and double check? No, apropos of that, the reason I mentioned it is, now, as you know, from time to time, I've spent extended stays in Europe, in the UK. Brilliant. And you actually get used to the rain. Like, see the way it's raining now?
Yeah.
It was. You actually just get used to going out in it. It's just, it's raining. It doesn't even strike you. Sometimes you don't even bring an umbrella. You just walk in it. For as much as I love the UK, that gets really dreary after a while. I mean, the sun is shining only rarely. When it shines, you want to dance like in an opera. Hallelujah. It's just,
Yeah, the Pacific Northwest is the same way. My sister-in-law lives up near Seattle, and it's similar to that.
Well, you know what I like about the Northwest? They don't even bother with umbrellas. They just all wear like those plastic hoodies, and they just throw them up and throw them down. It's no big deal.
Yeah, the one good thing about it, though, because they get so much rain, it rarely gets very cold, and it almost never snows. And they're pretty high up in latitude, but so if you look across the United States, I mean, they're up by Maine,
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't snow up there because of the the current that brings the weather that brings the rain
Mm-hmm.
doesn't bring the snow.
Good gosh, is that what it is?
And they're all in a big panic, when if it ever does snow, they are just completely flustered.
Now, do you remember I was in Europe I was in the UK in 1982. People said, well, it's ancient history. No, and it hadn't snowed there for 31 years or more. And we only had 2 inches. Shut the city down. I was snowed in. And this is back in the days when they had gone, where the Labor Party had just gone too far and nothing worked.
Yeah.
I sat on the phone for 11 hours confirming my plane reservation. It was awful. And America's a lot more like that now than it was. Can I complain about a bank?
A bank? Sure.
I want to throw them under the bus, and they're right here. And you know my philosophy. I don't criticize unless I'm hurt, and then I yell and scream. So I go over to TD Bank yesterday. I had to move some money from the business, and that's why I have my business account. And I needed cash to move to another account. I'm going to take cash advance because we're going to write checks out of that account. I wanted cash in it. So first of all, the main bank is closed, and they say you got to go through the drive-through. You know, like Joe Pesci in that movie. Who gets bleeped in the drive-through? Bob gets bleeped in the drive-through. After 45 minutes on the line, you can't take a cash advance in the drive-through. Go to our branch in Marrone. It's on blah, Boston Post Road.
They didn't have an ATM like in the drive-through?
No. Well, no, but no, for the amount I needed, did not.
Oh.
So anyway, so I get in the car, and I drive to Marrone. Are you ready, Vin?
Mm-hmm.
And it was probably the idiot behind the counter, which is half the problem, by the way.
You got to go to New Rochelle.
No, there is not on the New Rochelle.
Oh.
Okay. So I had to drive, and the total this was in Pelham. Drive the whole opposite direction. It was closed. It had been closed for a year. For a year. There was a sign out front saying, lease me. No, but where do they get these employees from? You go in the store and they're on their phone, or they're doing their nails, or they're talking with whomever.
Well, people just want to get rid of whatever problem is in front of them. I called up the IRS. I screwed up my tax filing.
Good.
And I
lock him up. Sorry.
I needed some advice, so I stay on the phone for an hour and finally get somebody, and they can't understand what I'm telling them, and blah blah blah. And I said to them, well, should I do this or that? Well, that's up to you, sir. And I said, no. What's the regulations? I mean, what do I need to do? Well, sir, we can't tell you that. What do you mean you can't tell me that? You're the IRS. What? I mean, I made a mistake. I think I have a way to correct it, but, can I do this? Well, sir, that's up to you. I said, well, so we went back and forth with that. So then she tells me, I said, well, can I send in, the payment, such and such, whatever it was. Well, let me send you to collections department. I said, okay. And she says, here's a PIN number that they're going to ask you for. All right. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it was. So she sends me over, and I, again, 15, 20 minutes for someone to answer over there. So woman gets on the phone, and I say, look, and then you got to go through all the whole rigmarole about what's your account and Social Security and all this other baloney. So I said, well, the lady over there said I need to give you this PIN number. And she says, oh, well, they sent you to the wrong department. I'm going, the wrong department? What are you talking about?
Oh, this happens all the time. Oh, this just happened to you, Vince? This is the first time you've had to deal with the IRS? As you know, the IRS and I are very, very familiar with each other. Continue, please.
Again, we went back and forth, and it was the same thing. Well, sir, I don't know. That's up to you. How you do it is up to you. What are these? Do you know they have a thing on, I think it's on their website, that says you cannot rely on any information that we give you?
Yeah, that's true. What you got to do is take their number down and then consult your own people. I've had issues with them now since 2008. I'm going to turn to drinking to deal with it. Oh, but you know what I forgot to tell you, speaking of that? Guess what happened when I called customer service? Are you ready at TD Bank? And then we're going to throw the work ethic of a country under the bus. Are you ready, Vince?
They probably...
It's very busy. Your call is important to us. Your wait time is 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But then it hit me, TD Bank. It's the Bank of Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto.
What am I doing with a Canadian bank?
But you get the same thing if you call an American.
No. You got to go into TD Bank. They're beautiful, but they're like 20, just like everything when we used to do business when we were at Merrill with Canada. They're like 2 weeks behind and a day late with everything. In other words, they had propeller planes when we were flying jets. Now, that's a metaphor. Because you go in, right, and you put your card there, and can I do this with it? Oh, we got to call up the home office. Whereas you go, and even the crooks over at Wells Fargo, they steal your money maybe, but they do it, and it's automated.
Well,
But,
my brother
remember the
just had
Canadians had like that any day. 5 o'clock comes, they're out the freaking door. You could be hanging from a tree. We'll get you in the morning, eh?
Well, my brother just had a situation. He had to get a new credit card, and it came here to my house, and he has Wells Fargo, and we went to a local branch, and he said to them, I need to activate the card, and the woman says, oh, we can't do that here in the bank, and he says, well, you can't do it? No. Well, I don't. Then there was something about, let me show you how to do it, but. No. Someone will be right with you.
Yeah, you got
nobody in the bank.
You got it. Yeah, but one of my TD events, do you know, I actually, you know why, if I may, and I know I got another guest to get to. Guests, please be patient. There is this now, and it has to do with why top-down management is very bad in a large organization that doesn't have institutionalized ways to communicate. Because what happens is everybody now just defers to the home office. Once dealing in TD Bank, I had, while in the bank, to call their customer service.
Yeah. Well, try finding a number to call. You go on their websites. You got to search for, I don't know how long to find a number. It's usually, it says contact us. Send us an email.
Hey, you want to? That's right. Hey, you want to see a mean side to me when politicians do that? They run for office, but they don't want to take calls. I slam them every time. You're running for office, and you're either going to get further away when you get elected. I'm going to need a corn teller or a Ouija board. Listen, I got to go. I'm sorry you were late. By the way, is your church congregating, or are you praying from home?
Well, last Sunday we did, but I don't think we're going to anymore.
All right. Well, listen, when you talk to God, tell him I need a lot of help.
You know what, Bob?
Yeah.
You should try talking to him yourself.
Oh, how profound. Touche, my friend. Touche.
All righty, I'll see you.
Hey, listen, Len, I may call you again. I may need more feedback. Thank you so much. John Bailey's been trying to get in. Bob, why don't you pick up the phone? John Bailey's going to say, why don't you pick up the phone? John, bear with us. We're running a tad late because some of our guests called in late, religious though they may be. All righty. It's 7:38. Isn't it interesting? The most sane I ever am, which may scare you, is the 4 hours on the air. The weather, it's brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. And it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.org, not com. They changed it. It's .org, sorry. All right, 42, and I'm looking at I can't tell when the drops hit the bottom. Oh, yeah, the rain is easing up a bit. It rained heavily earlier today. As we get into the afternoon, that 42 will change to 55, and it will dry up a bit until we get into the later evening. Scattered showers, 45. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, very warm with highs in the lows to mid-70s. Chance for a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm. That's right. Oh, the mid-70s, almost 80. Wow. Anyway, Saturday, mostly sunny sky. The high will be 49 degrees. And I'm looking at who's sponsoring me right now? Plug-in virtual reality, Dominic's Fine Cigars, the law firm of Payne & Con, and Aging Issues Management. All right. Did I say it's 7:40? Please welcome our man in White Plains, whiteplainscitizen.net. Yeah, and he's also a local TV personality, but not a person as a newsman. We don't call TV people personalities. Radio people, they call us personality. I don't know what that means. But anyway, good morning, John Bailey.
Good morning from White Plains, New York, USA.
That's where you be. And it is it rain? Of course it's raining in White.
Yeah, it is moderate rain.
Now, the first thing that popped up in my research this morning, but since it involved all the malls, you've got some impressive malls. The main mall, the mall capital of the world, White Plains, they're all going to close soon.
Yeah, the Westchester and the Galleria, were announced as to be being closed today by the mayor last night in a phone call.
Oh, Joe, you're coming in at a perfect time, John. Remember I promised you were going to get to join in with something? Now, folks, I want you to take a seat right there, James. Don't worry about wiping your feet. Take a seat. And this is something that I wanted to do all day, and I told John he would pop in. And we have plenty of time for John. Take a seat right there, James. Put on, well, you can hear me. Put on those headphones. And get about a fist from the microphone, and just say hello so I can do a sound check.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Okay, now here's the reason why I asked you to come in. Now, I sent a text to the mayor last night about you. I left a message. Your bosses haven't called me back yet. Called them at City Hall. Now, let me tell you about James Redding. Now, all of you know that I'm not allowing any guests in the studio. But you're already here. You're in with the rest of us. It's me, you, the guy in the booth, and now the guy that sells cookies. And on the phone with us is a journalist from White Plains. John, you're going to love this story. So for those of you who understand, and we're going to get some comments from James in a minute. For those of you who know where this radio station is, we are a little bubble here in the train station. And glass all around. And we're part of the train station community, or what's left of us. Yes. And so every day I look out, and this man ever since this crisis started, and before, but now I can see him because there's nobody else here. He's not only cleaning the rails and cleaning the train station and monitoring the garbage and checking this out and picking paper off the floor that people leave in the parking lot. But in this day, when everybody else has to stay home and is warm in their house, James Redding is out here every day busting his butt. And James, you're very dedicated, and I've been doing every morning on the air. And just get a little close to the mic. We've been talking about the people that are going to get us through this are the people who are still out there busting their butts every day because somebody has to.
Yes, sir.
Now, how long have you been doing this?
It's going on maybe April 6th will be 3 years.
3 years? Now,
Yes,
you're
sir.
part of Last Parking, right?
Yes.
Now, what's your official title? Like custodian? Do you know what is it?
General maintenance.
General maintenance. And the point I'm making is I don't think we give enough credit to people who do what you do because you're out here. This is, in many ways, a dangerous place
Yes.
because we got people coming and going. They may even have the virus. Do you worry about it?
Actually, sometimes, but I've actually been taught. I actually been taught to really keep myself clean in my own home environment under my mom's. Thank God to my mom's and my family. But actually, it doesn't really bother me because it's like I'm so used to being clean and seeing the world as it is. Sometimes I just know how to move through it. You know.
Well, you do
and
move.
also protect myself well
Go ahead.
and do my job the best I can.
No, you do, but you see, I'm sure you're doing your job as best you can in a fairly, these days, dangerous place. And what do your bosses worry about you? They say, gee, you're all right? Is there any, have they said that maybe they're going to pull you from this or everything is status quo?
Well, actually, my boss is a great boss. Actually, he definitely wants us to be protected. He gives us proper equipment to wear at this crisis right now. So it's it's a good feeling doing what we have to do for the city and New Rochelle, and I love it.
No, I know, and I
love it.
watch
I
you
really
every
do.
day, and you're
I love
always
it.
very nice to people, and you say hello to me. And finally, we introduced ourselves to each other the other day. John, any questions for James? And again, this is a guy out here. Now, again, when I tell you there's me, James, whoever is on duty in the booth, maybe one MTA guy, the guy that sells coffee, and now he's starting to close at 12.
Yes.
And we are the train station.
Absolutely.
John Bailey's a White Plains journalist. John, any questions for James?
Do you feel that you are disinfected enough and distanced from anything you wipe up or clean off? Do you feel confident about that?
Actually, good morning, Mr. J.
Yes,
Yes, I do feel confident because my job actually provides everything that we need, and also I'm very actually safe at actually what I'm doing and helping this environment stay clean. So it's actually fun, you know.
I see. The only reason I ask that is because a number of workers at the Orlando airport had been tested positive for coronavirus, so obviously they did pick that up. Yeah, and I just wanted to. If what do you do? What are you provided with?
Actually, I'm provided with Lysol pads, Lysol wipes, Lysol sprays, any type of disinfectant products that we can use to keep the virus down and prevent any type of germs for our coworkers and for our job. And it's actually working. And we haven't had any people on the job that came up with the virus, so that's a blessing from God, and we hopefully to keep it going.
Excellent. And do you wear a complete hood over your face, or just breathe normally?
Actually, I have a hood on today because I do want to protect myself, but I also wear a mask during the course of the morning throughout the whole day.
Your employer is certainly taking care of you.
Yes.
Well, you know what's interesting, John? He and I are about, like I said, a handful of people that are in the belly of the beast. So it didn't hurt to have him in here because we pass each other every day anyway.
Yes.
But we are not having any guests, physical guests, or doing any recording in the studio this week either. But again, to watch you, like the other day, I could see everything here. I mean, you were picking up a piece of paper behind the rail under a car, and you were making sure that the whole parking lot was clean. And I'm saying, this guy's busting his butt.
Yeah.
And I just had to tell you, and again, if you're working and I listen to the show, I keep making the point every day that a lot of people have to take care of themselves and protect themselves, but a lot of people have to be out and bearing the risk to make the world turn. And there was no one more visible than you doing it.
Thanks.
It was really nice, and you actually like your job.
I love it. I give credit to my boss who put me.
Who is your boss? Let's give him some credo.
His name is Todd Segler.
Tile Segler?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's wonderful, man. To bring me on to this company, and I just took full advantage of it.
Well, good for you. But I had called them again. I left a message at City Hall. They haven't called. In fact, I was busting their chops. Saying, "Call me back, Laz. I'm trying to give you guys a compliment."
Okay, thank you.
And I even looked. I know that office. There was nobody in that little office cube over there.
Nobody's actually come in yet.
Just you.
Yes. It's kind of slow motion a little bit. But.
John, anything else you want to ask this young man?
Yes. What services should persons not come in touch with? What do you feel? Steel railings, staircase railings. Should they wear gloves going down those surfaces?
Yes, actually, I wear gloves every single day, all day. Actually, I wear two pair. I wear the real small rubbery ones under the ones I actually wear. So when I'm cleaning and wiping the railings, we have to clean the elevators, the stairs, all the benches, all the poles, all the door handles, the windows. So we have to I definitely keep my hands very secure.
Do you see why?
So you would recommend persons wear gloves when they're negotiating outside terrains and touching surfaces, right?
Yes, sir.
And would mittens do, for example?
Yes, sir. Mittens or any type of surface that's going to definitely cover your hands. You don't want to.
All right. And you have to wash your clothes each evening, right?
Yes, sir. I'm actually so clean, Mr. J. It's like I wash my clothes like every Saturday. Because I'm off on Saturday and Sunday, so I'll do.
Oh, you're like the perfect guy for this job. You're like the Felix Unger of this whole staff. All right, I'm putting on my gloves now,
he's
John.
smart.
I can't look at this. I can't even put on a glove. This virus is going to get me in its grip. You're doing a lot better than that, James, right?
Yes, sir.
Hey, look, I'm Michael Jackson. Thriller.
Those are the actual ones I wear under my
Oh, is that right?
My main gloves.
Well, yeah, good supply. See, if I need extra gloves or stuff for John, I could go into the train station. So you've been here 3 years, and we've seen each other around. But again, to watch you in these last several days, because there's nobody else out there but you.
Right.
And to see you busting the gut, I on behalf of people who listen, we realize, at least I do as a spokesperson for the average person, really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
Because you're one of the people who keeps the place going.
Thank you.
And I just
One
wanted
of the unsung heroes.
No, he's not
James
unsung
Funk.
anymore.
Thank you, Mr. J.
And,
No, that's
I
right.
really appreciate it.
oh, just Mr. E. Oh, he's going to like
Well,
that. That would stick to you, Mr. J. John Bailey's his full name.
Right.
Again, the name of the person that we're talking to is James Redding. That's a great name. Sounds sitting
you.
on the dock of the bay.
Thank you.
James Redding, and he is the maintenance guy here at the train station. And right now, the only one we see you every day busting your butt. And you heard, folks, the things he's cleaning and what he's doing. And I just wanted to thank you and let you know that we see that.
Thank you. Appreciate
And
that.
good luck. Stay safe.
I will.
I'm going to send you my laundry. I'm going to send you.
No problem. No problem.
Thank you very much for coming in.
No problem.
I
Thank
shake
you
your
for
hand,
having
but I don't want to make you sick.
Great
Just in case
speaking
either
with
of us it is. Okay, John, you stay right there. James Redding, thank you very much. And I even mentioned it to the mayor yesterday, and he shares my sentiment. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
And hopefully your boss will call us back, and we'll tell him. And what's your boss's name again, so we can
Mr. Todd Segler.
Todd
Segler.
Todd, you got a good man here. Thank you. All right, thank you so very much. Thanks for
you
coming
very
in.
much.
I know you got to
Mr.
get
J,
to
you
work.
have a blessed day.
All right, take care. Doesn't that give you just a little bit of a better feeling these days, John Bailey?
Well, of course. And in fact, it's really dangerous work.
Well, yeah, but as you see him, he likes it. He's out here. He's working his butt off, and I'm watching him every day, making me tired.
Well, everybody wants
thank
to
you.
feel that their job is important, and for the vast majority of us on the job, we feel we are taken for granted. And when you have to step up and you're being depended upon and you're recognized, that is the greatest feeling in the world, because everybody really knows the importance of their jobs and the importance of their talent and how hard it is to utilize, but they do not often get it. They aren't very often recognized.
No, but especially
they don't get Oscars, they don't get stuff, they don't get paid millions of dollars, and they're often asked. And this is the way work life is in America.
But especially
except when a crisis.
But especially here and now, and this guy is. It may sound silly, is doing a very important job, and I just didn't want it to be under the radar, because I have to tell you, here at the radio station, a lot of people I know, they're concerned about me. They should be more concerned about him, because we have the public coming and going. Now, John, what's going on in White Plains? And thank you for being a part of that. I told John last night that he, because he works on a schedule here, we weren't sure when he'd come in, and likely he would. Thank you, John, for participating. John Bailey, again, with us on the telephone, reporting from White Plains. He's our man in White Plains, but he's his own man. He's the managing editor of WhitePlainsCitizen.net, and also hosts 2 television programs on local cable, White Plains Week, and whatever the hell the name of the other one is. Call me and
People to be heard.
People to
on
be heard,
Thursday nights
lovers to
at
be
8.
done, whatever. Okay, what else is going on?
Well, we have 538 cases in Westchester now, and 158 new as of yesterday, according to Mayor Roach, who calls every evening now with an update call. And but we do not know how many new and how many cases are in White Plains as of yesterday. That information is somewhat delayed, and the mayor said the county and the offices are working on trying to get this information. And he mentioned that the malls in White Plains are closed by order of the governor, and they are the Westchester and the Galleria, which is not a bad idea. And the other thing that is happening in White Plains, there's lots less traffic on the streets, cars and people, but there are still pedestrians, but not as much as there used to be. It's somewhat uncrowded on the streets of Marrone Avenue in the mornings, when usually people would be bustling to work. I don't know if that's that way in New Rochelle, but I imagine it is.
It is dead stop here in New Rochelle, just about. I mean, there are people on the streets, not a hell of a lot of traffic. And and again, I'm going to, John, I don't know if you're watching on TV or just on the phone, but I put the guest camera, I put it on. I almost forgot to put it on for our guest, but I did put it on. But if you look out the window in what is generally a bustling, now I'm putting the camera on the door and on the windows leading out to the parking lot. And to that side is where people come out of the bus station and or the parking lot, nada, zip, zero. And we are coming in on 8 o'clock.
Yes, and your parking garage there is usually packed wall-to-wall cars, but I bet it isn't.
Nope. It's my
Nope.
car, which I didn't have to put in, and I hope they don't give me. There was no sense me going into the parking lot. It's just me and the guy that makes some coffee in the morning. In fact, what I did, I've been getting some heat from a loved one, from loved ones as well, because I'm drinking a Monster. And the reason I grabbed it on the way in is I wasn't sure if the coffee shop would be open.
Sure. I mean,
so,
if there's nobody buying coffee, there's no reason to open it up.
Right. So they're right, and but they will be closing at 12 because there's no business.
Yes, and another point is that it was announced that the ridership on the MTA is down an enormous percentage, which would indicate that people just aren't going into work.
No, they're not, and they're doing what they're told. And I
Yeah.
keep waiting for them to come every day and tell me I need to get out of here, but they haven't thus far. Unless, of course, I should test positive for the virus, and then they'll probably liquidate the whole place. I don't know, burn it down.
The big issue that nobody is really talking about is the daycare problem because of this closure of schools in the county. And I do not know where that is. We don't know how the daycare is being provided yet because it hasn't been announced.
Well, you know what? That's true. I don't know that there is a solution because any other than people are going to have to stay home from work and watch their children and then suffer the financial consequences of that. Because to run a daycare place properly is to have the kids grouped together.
Yeah, but I don't know how good that is for the children, do you?
Unless you go to the county center and you have them all 50 feet apart. I don't pretend to know the answer. We had a guy call in the other day.
It was supposed to be in place when the schools closed. That's what the governor requested. And we have not had any announcements that I know of, since I am now apparently not getting press releases on a regular basis, which is most unusual. And
Well, John, the other day we had a guy, and this happens all the time. A guy calls in, and he calls off air, and he says, "Look, I run a daycare center. I really want to come on and explain what's going on." So the next morning I call him, or that night, I'm not ready yet, blah, blah, blah. Jumps into the orchestra pit. He pulls a Robert Mueller. And he hasn't contacted us since.
Well, that's interesting you should say that, because what that says to me is they haven't made any arrangements yet. They haven't figured out how they're going to pay these people to do the daycare. And hey, if I'm a daycare person, I just do it. This is a crisis.
Well,
you
yeah, and this is
people cooped up their kids. What are you going to do on a rainy day? Ride bikes in the rain?
No, it's a real problem. But I don't. Sometimes the solutions become bigger than the risks you would entail, and that's very common.
Absolutely. But they should just say, we're having trouble meeting the daycare deadline. We will be in touch. They should just say something. And they aren't.
Well, they're not. What else is going on? We got to you late. We're going to take a few extra minutes. We'll come up on 8 o'clock.
We have of course, the schools closed across the county, and I'm seeing on a sunny day, the kids go out, ride bikes, but the main problem is, where do they go? Like the county executive, George Latimer, did announce in his press conference Monday. He really warned the kids to please stay in. Don't congregate on corners. This is not a time for holiday. And he's absolutely right about that. Any kid going downtown to hang out, you're putting yourself at risk, which is the whole point of this closure of school. And on the other hand, we now are waiting, I believe, until Monday in White Plains to get the online learning going. but we're not sure about that. We haven't had any more communication. But of course, the school district only communicates with parents of school children, which I have a problem with that.
What do you mean you have a problem with it?
Well, I think they should put out some sort of announcements, like you go to their website and it's not too up to date on.
John, let me ask you something. Do you honestly think that they're going to be able to corral all these kids and get them to learn stuff? A lot of this is well intended, but it's going to be for show. It's going to be for show.
What about the achievement tests?
Oh, that ship is sailed.
It's
not going to happen this year. It's not going to happen this year.
They're never going to be able to do that.
What they're going to have to do is go and get the crooks that run the teachers union. And I don't mean they're personal crooks, but they're crooking us a lot of money and resources that view kids as widgets rather than view them as objects of making, teaching them. And go to them and say, you know what? We're going to have school this summer.
Absolutely. And in fact, not to would be a true disservice to the children, because the virus may be over by the summer, but then you can play catch-up ball and get them really ready for a normal year in September, as normal as it can be if your parents' jobs are still in jeopardy and you're not getting paid. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, but I definitely feel that the teachers union has to agree to waiving the summer vacation and make up every day of the lost time for the children. Otherwise, they're gapped.
Yes, they will be gapped. Although I wonder, in this day and age, when the rules of moving through schools, public schools particularly, have gotten so weak, if it's going to matter very much. It's not going to matter for 80% of the students that would be pushed through if they were grapefruits with heads. And that's my criticism of the New York City school system and some of the local public schools that just, can't.
Social promotion is one of the great misdeeds. Because what happened was, when I was in school, as you were too, if you got left back, this was a stigma and a disgrace. But you did get left back.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't perform.
Do they even do that anymore?
You were ostracized. And
do they even?
Stupid. I remember that.
Well, of course. How many times were you left back, John?
I wasn't, but that's because I was a good white Anglo-Saxon Protestant kid in Pleasantville.
What does that mean?
Well, Pleasantville was an all-white school district when I went to it. We had maybe 2 persons of color in the entire district.
What are you saying? Is that
in the 1950s?
Now, how are you?
It was a very educated district.
Oh, but you may have dug yourself a little hole there, and I know you didn't mean to.
No, it's not a hole. I want to tell you that Pleasantville just didn't have a minority population when I went to it.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
And it was a primarily white community.
Now you were
white,
now
Italian,
Bailey. I would have thought as Bailey, you weren't a little wasp, that you were a little Irish kid. But what is Bailey? Is Bailey Scottish? What is Bailey?
Well, I'm an adopted child, so I don't really know what my background really was.
Look.
But I mean, according to the analysis of my DNA, they said I was Irish. Now, I tan very well, and I've never seen an Irishman that tans, so I'm a little skeptical.
So you're like a little mixed use baby. So listen, now were you?
I don't know.
I'm just curious. Were you in a foster home, or were you adopted at birth? Oh, okay. Because
I do not recall. I was adopted at age 2.
Oh, okay. Because I spent 7 years in the Texas League, I call it. I was in a foster home for about 7 years.
Yeah. But well, I think you turned out all right, Bob. I think.
Oh, you did. I think you turned out okay for a psychopathic newsman. It could have been a lot worse, John Bailey.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what happened was that it has taken a long time for me to gain self-confidence. because
I understand
the only
that.
things that my parents did not do right was they would tell me things like, "What makes you think you're better than anyone else?"
Oh, well, actually, that, in an effort to create humility, well, as you well know.
Yeah, that was the wrong way.
Let me ask you a question.
It kills your confidence as a kid.
Well, let me ask you something, since you're on that topic. I have this, and it's more than a theory. I mean, it's been borne out to some extent. But those of us who were given away at birth, whether it was adoption, foster home life, or whatever, it is a second-class citizenship that you wear for a long time, and even though it's not conscious, and and history is filled with them, particularly among either the criminal or the artist class. Edgar Allan Poe, John Lennon. We can go on and on. Dylan Thomas. There's a lot to be said. And I don't know how the human being that young knows, but that human being knows. And I just don't understand the psychology of it, but it's very interesting.
It's therein lie. I'm sure there've been some books written on the topic.
Oh, there have been.
But I can't recall of any.
But you'll see it, and you read stories, and even now on the other side of the ledger, some mass murderers. The 44,000, what is it? The 44 caliber killer, the Son of Sam, Ted Bundy. Now, the vast majority of adoptions and foster home
troubled
situations
personalities become more troubled and more resentful as the more troubled they become.
Well, who knows? Some of, but definitely a lot has to do with, I guess, when children are abandoned at an early age, they know, and just phenomenal stuff. John Bailey, any other regular news going on before we send you on your way?
Yes, well, restaurants are really down over last year. We got a press release from Open Table, and there's been a 20% reduction in total seated dining out all across the nation. And the major problems are, surprise, in the cities. And for 30% down in New York, and that is before this week started. Okay,
absolutely.
It came out over the weekend, and 45% in Seattle, 40% in San Francisco, 25% in London, L.A., and Chicago. That's devastating to the restaurant business, which is one of the primary sources of sales taxes. And in fact, we got a pizza from Francesco's in White Plains last night, which aren't serving, of course, because restaurants are closed. But everybody should consider grabbing takeout food and helping these restaurants a little.
Well, yeah, we have this idea. We have asked restaurants to email us, bob@radiowestchester.com, with their menu and or special treatment that they'd like. We're going to give free advertising, 20 seconds, 15, 20 seconds, maybe a little more. We're going to put a segment aside every day and list the restaurants that are doing takeout and any special
tonight's
programs.
Takeout special. And in fact, what people are doing at Francesco's, they were telling me, was they're calling in, order complete dinners and freezing them, which is a great idea.
Why not just go get TV dinners? A lot more salt, I realize that, but it's cheaper.
Well, I mean, it's not helping. It's just helping Swanson, right?
Or whatever. Well, isn't Swanson still around, John? You're dating yourself with the original TV on the box. Remember that? The TV dinner, watch TV and eats food.
It was one of the world's greatest packagings ever. Was the TV dinner packaging.
Little TV. Do you remember?
My mother loved those.
Do you know what my first key toy was, speaking of that? Oh, man, am I aging myself? Do you remember the Firebird 99? It was a little fake car with dashboard and everything. It looked like a Ford. I'm sorry. Let me continue. All right, it's coming up on 8:09. John, anything else, John, before we send you on your way? We're going to do something today a little unusual. We do intense news at 6:30. But because of what's going on, I'm going to do another brief overview of the news.
There is talk about a lag in internet service because of everybody using it. And I talked to my server, which has been handling White Plains Citizen Ed Reporter for about 5 to 7 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And They told me that they've seen a definite uptick, but they feel confident that they can handle it, even if it gets worse. So that was their personal.
Facebook's been slower than spit for months now, and I got to tell you, as someone who does news for a living, now I buy a lot of services, so which is necessary to do news every morning. But the sites are so overwhelmed with pop-up ads that
definitely
scrolling through to do my research takes forever. In fact, now I have to do a lot of it the night before. I can't afford to make deadline and do my research at the same time anymore. So I may call up a story that I'm trying to read, but it keeps moving up and down. And then a pop-up ad goes over it. Even if I bought a subscription, it pops up, it goes down, it goes to the side. I hit the button a second time, I go back out, I go back on.
This is a great point.
I want to kill them. I want to beat them with sticks.
The websites are terribly designed. They're from hunger. They're designed by the advertising department, and
yes,
that is a really real problem.
It's a huge problem. And that's why if I could, John, I would go broke, buy every newspaper every day and have a big stack. It would be quicker, get out my X-Acto knife, cut out the stories. I buy at least one hard paper every day so that I get a feel for the whole world. But working off of websites is a horrible experience. Even if you're young and know how to manipulate them well, by their nature, they just keep slowing down. And it's like playing whack-a-mole. Oh, there's my story. Oh, there it was. Oh, there it is again. I'm reading paragraph 1. Now all of a sudden paragraph 3 is in front of me. So I go click on paragraph B, and now I'm on paragraph 9.
They do not realize that putting a whole smorgasbord of stories without organizing them by town means that if people can't find something, they're just going to go elsewhere. That's why the low-head internet traffic is so low.
Well, I got to tell you, they've been doing a pretty good job. There's one website that shall go nameless that seems to think it's really cool to put 2-week-old stories as the leads. So then you got to scroll down to get to the news stories. You actually have to. In other words, what am I thinking of?
Yeah, they don't realize that.
No, your intuitiveness.
You got to have something fresh every day.
Yeah, your intuitiveness means you got to scroll. It says you should get the top stories up front, but the top stories are at the bottom. So now you got to deal with the scroll down feature, which with all the pop-up ads takes about a month. Anyway,
yes,
people don't care about.
Remember the old George Carlin joke?
Which one?
Where he would about Radio Wino.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And he would say, "There's Radio Wino," and he'd go to a newscast. World War III has started. The San Francisco has dropped into the sea, and Paris is burning. Details in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That was a great joke because that's exactly what the news was on Top 40 Radio.
Well, yes, but see, we don't do top 40. I'm in the top 1,000.
I miss top 40.
Well, we do balanced.
I really do.
You know, it's tough to do balanced talk radio, let me tell you. But, in fact, I have to say, I listen to NPR and I listen to all the other big radio. I love radio. But NPR, when they put their pompous ass act on, it's disgusting. Someone the other day mentioned talk radio, even though they're talk radio. Oh, God, that's not radio.
Well, it is.
Of course
I mean, look, no matter how you slice it, Joe Pine created an industry back in L.A., KTLA, I think it was on. He had the first talk show.
Wait, but did he predate? Yeah, but did he predate Long John Nebel?
Well, Long John Nebel was an overnight man.
I love Long John.
And
Barry Gray.
You know, he was just a rock on tour. And I don't believe he had that many call-ins.
No, it wasn't. There wasn't a call.
I just didn't listen to him. I listened to Charlie Greer.
Yeah. Wow. You're older than I am, I think. Maybe not. I don't want to ask because I got a big birthday coming up. I'm going to be depressed. So. All right, John.
No, I love WABC Music Radio.
Oh, well, so did I. I used to get up every morning to the WMCA Good Guys.
Remember, there was nothing wrong with radio that made you happy.
Remember Herb Oscar Anderson? Hello again. Here's my best to you.
Yes.
Are your skies all gray? I hope they're blue. Ron Lundy. Who was the one that had the little fake voice? I forget. I have to remember. He had like a little character with a squeaky voice.
I just don't remember. Oh, I think that was Joe O'Brien.
It was Joe O'Brien. You're right. Remember Ron Lundy and...
yes, and as Joe O'Brien would say, we have a Dracula day today.
That's exactly right. All right, John Bailey, thank you very much. It is 8:15. We're going to send you on your way. John Bailey, WhitePlainsCitizen.net. Go read his news. John, what's on TV? When are you on TV?
I'm on tonight and Thursday night at 8. We do not know exactly who the guest is going to be, but we talked to a minister and about dealing with being sequestered, and having to stay inside and getting along as a family and getting along as a husband and wife, because it's always tense when you spend too much time together. And it was very good, and
we'll pray.
Hopefully we might be able to get it on tonight.
Well, let me add this. We will pray for your wife, John. Thank you very much, John.
Well, pray for me. Pray for me. Pray for her.
Thank you very much. John Bailey, everybody. All right, I want to thank John Bailey, but I want to give a special thanks to James Redding, and hopefully the good officers of Last Parking will call him back, and we can tell them how we dealt with one of their employees, someone fighting the good fight. Okay, let's look at the rest of the lineup. We're going to do some news because a lot of people aren't up at 6:30 when we go take our deep dive into the news, and we want to share with you some of it. Before we move on, Andy Spano joins us at 8:35. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about with him, how the government is handling this crisis, what he thinks. He's been a county executive for 12 years here in Westchester County. We'll see how he feels we're doing. We'll also ask him about the election. We'll ask him about who is likely to be a vice presidential candidate, but we do have other business to tend to, not the least of which is the weather. Another whack-a-mole machine there. All right, good. And the weather brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.org. It is already 44. The rain seems to have stopped, though not completely. It will ebb away. It's been raining heavily all morning, by the way, off and on, but mostly heavy. Now it's eased up. And we will get up to 55 this afternoon. It'll be cloudy and drier in the afternoon. But tonight, cloudy with scattered showers returning. Lows around 45. And on into Friday, a strange day indeed. Mostly cloudy, very warm with highs in the low to mid-70s. Chance for a few showers again. And a thunderstorm because of the heat. But again, if you thought I skidded over it, I didn't. It's going to be in the mid-70s, close to 80 tomorrow. And we may even get, as a result of that warmth, a thunderstorm. Bob, the winter's here. No, it's not. I mean, the summer's here. I blew that. Anyway, because on Saturday, let me give you the cold, hard reality. It's going to drop to 49, but it'll be sunny, and at night, 28 degrees. Beware, and you know they say this often, the Ides of March. And that is the weather on this Thursday, the 19th. Wow, time flies. Over to the 19th of March. Didn't I just take down the Christmas tree? 2020. And as we go into the top of the 7 o'clock hour, or we're already in it actually, we want to thank Aging Issues Management, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne & Con, Dominic's Fine Cigars, Plug-in Virtual Reality, and our new friends at the Beachmont Tavern. They've got takeout. They can even give you schnapps takeout if you like. And also we want to thank United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top ready campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.org. All right. As a guest involved talk show, we give you in-depth news at the top of the hour. Now mid-show, or just about mid-show, it's 8:20. We're going to share the news with you, and there's a lot of news going on, and the news you need to know. The coronavirus here in New York, shopping malls will close, businesses must cut the workforce, There's all kind of production that's necessary. Let's get busy with it. New York will close indoor shopping malls and prohibit all businesses from having more than 50% of their employees work from home. I just want to be sure that I'm good. I was checking my phone apparatus. Okay. Governor Andrew Cuomo announced yesterday he would issue an executive order implementing measures with bowling alleys, zoos, aquariums, indoor family attractions, and indoor areas of shopping. They'll all be required to close by 8 p.m. That begins this evening. The workforce restriction will apply to all non-essential businesses. Essential services, including healthcare facilities, pharmacies, and grocery stores, will be exempt. And, of course, gas stations, et cetera, for people who do need to get around, depending on where and what they are. The executive order, which will include more detail on which businesses are essential, had not yet been signed by the governor last night at 4 o'clock, but is expected to be in effect today. And he says he understands, that is, the governor does, the burden his order will have on businesses and the economy, but he said it's necessary to protect the larger population. And hopefully you're hearing me clearly. If you're not, give us a text or a buzz. I just increased the volume here on our board. All right, here are the numbers. New York hit 2,382 positive cases yesterday, up 1,000 just since Tuesday. And that's a geometric progression, folks, that's going to stay with us. He said the figures reflected the seriousness of the situation and that New York now represented 34% of all cases in the nation. And he says that's why the actions that are being taken are being taken. Now, among millions of Americans, and a lot of people are laid off. Yesterday, 40,000 people went to try and get unemployment up in Pennsylvania alone, and the unemployment offices across the region are being inundated with requests, mostly people who are in restaurants and those kinds of businesses. In fact, Madison Square Garden, the people who work there, according to a report in the Journal News, they will not get paid after this week, and they will join the ranks of the unemployed. Westchester County Airport is quiet. Flights are canceled. One worker was infected there, and it went from a very, very busy place to not quite the ghost town that it is here at the radio station. And one of the things we've done now is leave the guest camera on. And as you can see, and we're panning it a little bit, and that's out there. The front door is literally right onto the short-term parking lot. My car, as if you can see the little blue car over in the edge, there's one black car across, and that's about it. And you just don't see any people walking by. Now, to the right, there, behind the little black barrier, those windows are where people normally come out of the 1,500 car parking lot, and below that, the transit center, the bus depot. In fact, all you see now is the man that we had on before doing his job and sweeping up and cleaning up and making the place safe vis-a-vis antiseption. So that's how quiet it is here. So the airport has the problem. Now, because of the geometric procession in cases, we know that we are going to need, and it's like any other progression in something that's deterministic or put on a graph, or the same way you compound interest at a bank, until the impact of the virus is attenuated, it will continue to almost double in numbers until we get to a max. And the max will show that we do not have enough beds, we don't have enough ventilators. Now, to that end, President Trump will deploy a floating naval hospital to help respond to the virus outbreak. The USNS Comfort, a ship that has about 1,000 hospital beds, will soon be sent to New York City Harbor to help free up space at hospitals. The state is scrambling to increase the capacity. The Democratic governor, of course, said Trump, a Republican, agreed to send the ship. Now, he confirmed deployment Wednesday at the White House, take about a week. And the second ship, the USNS Mercy, will be deployed to the West Coast. Now, the ship, again, that's helping us, the Comfort, is housed in Virginia, and it includes a wide array of medical facilities, including 12 operating rooms, pharmacies, radiological abilities, and a 1,000-bed capability as well. And it should ease the strain on hospitals. By the way, if you're a golfer, this is a funny story to me, but the golf courses are still open. You know, people play maybe 2, 4 at a time, but they even if they ride in carts, generally no more than 2. Now, there are other stories we need to get to relative to the virus, and we're going to get to those right now. Everyone is rightly concerned about finances, and President Trump wants to send large checks to all Americans as soon as April 6th to keep the coronavirus from crushing the U.S. economy and families from suffering. Trump had suggested those checks could amount to up to $1,000 each, but it will be means tested. And we've heard, and again, it's not confirmed, but some reliable sources say that the checks could be as much as $2,000 depending on the household and who's working and et cetera, et cetera. So, but well, as we know more, so too will you. But they're looking at adding like $1 trillion. Yes, $1 trillion to keep the economy going. And one of the concerns is, well, when you get the check, what are you going to spend it on since everything's closed? But nonetheless, you get the money in the economy and people will find a way, we hope, to spend it. Now, also, doctors around the globe, and we're talking from our great National Institute of Health here in the United States, various independent labs going all the way around the world, including the Great Pasteur Institute in Paris, are trying to work together now as one unit. They already have a couple of possible antidotes, or if you will, vaccines that they're working on. And so it generally takes years. They're trying to reduce to a matter of weeks or months. Hopefully they can do that. But there is a concerted effort being made, and it's not everybody competing, although I'm sure some will, and that's not necessarily bad. But they are working together and sharing information, so that's a good thing. Also, the American Red Cross is grappling with a severe blood shortage as thousands of blood drives have been canceled due to the outbreak. Nearly 2,700 drives have been scrapped due to a concern, obviously concerns about people congregating. Now, 86,000 fewer blood donations are being experienced. That's 86,000 deficit. More than 80% of the blood the organization collects comes from these drives. So if you get a chance to give blood separately in some way, shape, or form, and you like to do that kind of thing, please do go ahead and do it. Now, the absolute global number of cases, more than 217,000 cases have been reported worldwide, almost double the number from less than 2 weeks ago. Again, that's the geometric progression that we talked about. And you may say, well, how do we know it's going to get worse? Because these things have an arc. And if you study what took place, and even as it got better in China, there has not been a new case now in Wuhan in a couple of days, as things have gotten better in Singapore. Things have gotten better. But these are very well organized societies, by the way. Singapore, they've gotten better in South Korea, but they went through the same arc, or 4 cases, 8 cases, 16, and so on and so forth. And that's why we know we will not have enough beds, et cetera. So, as we move forward, we have to plan on needing more beds and more ventilators. And some companies now have been asked to go on what would be called a war footing, and they may make this or that. But if they make ventilators, they're being asked to quadruple or maybe even exceed that production so that we have, as this virus peaks, and it will peak, they say in about 3 to 5 weeks, when it peaks, we're going to need more ventilators and more beds, more hospital beds, thus the ship and other plans that they're making. Now, 2 stories which were troubling, one in New York, one in New York City, one in Rockland County. 2 weddings of Hasidic folks, and it's got to be painful. Imagine your daughter or your son is getting married and you want to celebrate. Now, what do these poor people do? It's particularly for a bride. It's the dream, and I'm not being sexist. I'm being real. For women, not all women, of course, but for most women that I know anyway, a wedding is one of the most important things that they will ever do, and one of the highlights of their lives. It should be for men too, and it is, but for women it's very special, from the dress to the hair to everything, their bridesmaids. It's a special day. Family, dad walking you down the aisle, the whole 9 yards. And it's being robbed of them. And some folks already had plans and they went ahead and they got shut down. On one hand, it's sad that they got shut down, but they should have canceled it anyway. One is a wedding, an Hasidic wedding in Brooklyn. After an alarmed community member alerted City Hall to the crowd, and they had to shut it down. Similarly, up in Rockland County, there was another one. They didn't shut it down, but they did fine the organizers. So, folks, listen up. If you've spent, call the, if you still want to have that big wedding, call the organizers, if you will, or rather call the wedding hall or the wedding planner and cut a deal with the outlet. Yeah, we're still going to do the wedding, but we can't do it now, blah, 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 so that you can keep your precious day. And that is important to people, and I hate to see it robbed of people. So, but that is a reality that we're dealing with as we come through now, 8:30. Now, a piece today that I thought we should talk about a little bit before we move on to the rest of the program is, and I think John Crudell in the Post, really sensible financial guy, said, let's learn the Black Monday lesson, which is please don't go panicking. The market almost always, now I can't guarantee it, but it almost always recovered. We saw this in 2008, and I was only a few years, 5 years out of Wall Street, 3 years maybe by then, and pardon me, I had people come in my office over at WVOX. Bob, what do we do? The market's dropped. My goodness. Please pardon me. And I would say, don't do anything. Call your broker or your financial advisor, because one of the things we know about the stock market is it always comes back. And one of the reasons it comes back is, A, we have a robust ability in this country to make money and to make profit. And we will again. That's number one. Number two goes to the heart of what people on Wall Street do, which is make money off the value of things. And the value of things, there are many things that go into the value of something. One is the intrinsic, what do you have there? How much money do you have? How much money do you make or can you generate in a normal environment every month? How much do you have in the pipeline that shows your business will grow and at what rate? And so one of the things you need to take heart in Wall Street, and a lot of the people we see going to work or working from home are Wall Streeters. Across this planet, literally around the globe, 24 hours a day, are people you know and you've heard of called traders. And traders, of course, have to trade for you when you make a purchase or sell something. But the most important thing the traders in our economy do, working for the great brokerage firms and banks, is to keep the value of things real. So that if you own something, but again, it's to use household goods rather than stocks. People who already work in that business know what I'm talking about. If you own a BMW or Cadillac that's worth $60,000 and the price drops to 40, that's absurd. And so if traders traded them in an open market as they do on Wall Street, they'd buy that up in a minute and then sell it at a profit. Well, what you need to take some comfort in is around the world, as I speak, it's day, night, everywhere. It's morning. And some market is opening up and traders are looking for value. What stock has dropped below what its true intrinsic worth is? Say this is a company, blah, blah, blah. We'll pretend IBM. This is fake now. They make all this money. They're going to make all this money. They have this new computer coming out. Because people are panicking, the stock has dropped below what the company's really worth and what its future means. I'm buying the shoot out of this, and that will protect. It'll give a floor to the price. Similarly, a week later, when the price gets up to a certain amount and everybody says, my goodness, how did I miss that? They'll stop buying IBM. And then the next day it'll drop again because somebody or some announcement got made that several more people died from the virus and the economy's suffering, and it'll drop again. And some smart trader in some other place will say, all right, I sold it yesterday at a profit. Now I'm going to let it drop, and then I'm going to buy it again, and I'm going to sell it again. And so what stock markets do is they have an ebb and a flow that way. That is a natural evolution of the value of things. And so that's why there are people, believe it or not, on Wall Street. My brother is one, quite frankly, who has made a fortune. And of course, he looks at the intrinsic value and looks at his research. But he also charts. And stocks will go down like this, and then they will go up like this. So right now we're in a downward trend. A good charter probably is going to be able to figure out when that low valley is a good one and when it's going to be on its way back up. There are a lot of different tools. Here's the point. There are tens of thousands of people around the world working very hard to keep the value of things real. And as we get back on our feet, the market goes up. Do not panic. And that's what the message of Crudell was today. John Crudell, do not panic. if you have good purchases, if you bought good companies, and those companies are strong, they have what's called A, a good balance sheet, B, they have a good future, C, and this is something that we don't talk enough about, they have a consistent level of cash flow and making money. If you've got money coming through the door, you can at least control expenses to some extent. But if you don't have good cash flow, that's bad. Now, I have I have 7 computers in here. The average trader has more screens than I do. These are just for information, but they have all about stock, money, the value of currencies in countries you never heard of, the value of the euro, the value of gold, the value of silver, the value of coffee, the value of orange. They got it all here. And they're sitting there like vultures looking for a buy. And that's what will save the stock market eventually. So don't panic, please. And that's my little speech. It is 7:35. We need to go to our first guest. He's with us. I'm sorry, 8:35. He's with us each week. We have so much to talk about with him. He's the former county executive, now political analyst. He does election board work for the state. He's been county executive here for 12 years. And he is a wealth of information that we will tap now. Please welcome Andy Spano. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Bob.
I was just giving my little Wall Street speech and telling.
I heard.
But
sounds,
pardon?
Sounds relatively irrelevant in the scope of things.
No, it does. But what we're seeing is the market's tanking, and secondarily, people are worried about being wiped out. And
I understand, but I think your advice was good, or at least your perception was good.
Well, I'm glad you said my perception.
Sit this out and not panic, because you got to sit this out and not panic. That's and see what happens. There's no control over it.
No.
Right now, handling this virus is the most important thing.
Well, yes, it is.
And if you start making moves, in the stock market, you know it better than anybody, and don't know what you're doing, you're going to get killed. Well,
that's absolutely true, and that's why, and you'll be glad to know, Andy Spano, that we did that little brief monologue after we did all our coronavirus news, of which there is much. See, that's the part you didn't hear.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, at first I want to tap most of us here, Republicans and Democrats alike, have been very happy with the way the governor and George Latimer, and even the mayor here, but there are other mayors too, have behaved and managed this crisis. How would you rate their work?
You got to give them a 10. If you do a comparison nationwide, you got to give them a 10. I mean, they're on it.
Yeah, they really are.
And they're really on it, and the governor is on it. Although this is right up the governor's alley.
Well, yes, it is, because
he's a take charge kind of guy, and he likes to do this. Not that he wanted this, but he's the good guy to have in this kind of environment.
But what's someone used the analogy, he's the kind of guy, in fact, someone who's not a big fan of his called in and said, I don't particularly like this governor, but I love him in my foxhole.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
And that's the way someone put it. Now, George Latimer...
And by the way, George is the same way.
Well, yeah.
George Latimer is the same way.
Well, George, as you know, has walked everywhere. But Mr. Latimer, County Executive Latimer, he's tried to establish this balance of, I'm going to go right in the belly of the beast and eat in one of their restaurants when they were still open to tell people not to panic. Yeah. But he's also now encouraging, talking about what needs to be closed. How do you balance that as a chief executive? How do you tell people, be afraid, be very afraid, but don't panic? That is a delicate balance.
It is very hard. I'm sitting here, telling you that's what they should do, and I'm not going out. I just, it's I'm of the age where I should be concerned, and I know that the numbers are not accurate, and it could be anywhere,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't have to go out, so why go out?
Well, didn't you
Why put yourself in that position?
Not that
now, my point is that I'm not panicking.
No.
But I am more than concerned.
Okay, and that's a pretty good balance. By the way, Andy Spano, not that you're older, but didn't you give Lincoln that same advice about going to the play to stay home?
Don't go out.
But he was also the guy that said to Custer, "Oh, that hill, they're friendly Indians." But
listen, we have no vaccine, we have no cure. We haven't got great numbers on what really is out there. I mean, you saw what happened in West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
West Virginia was out there, had no cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
And last night got its first case.
Yep.
All right? Okay. So what's happening? West Virginia was in terrible shape. They got over 50% of their population has respiratory problems, things like that from the kind of work they did. They just didn't test. They only tested 34 people over the period of time.
Well, see, but that's the issue. We don't know what we don't know, and I, and I don't want to beat up the president about this because I don't know that other presidents would have been better or worse at it. But something is fundamentally flawed with the fact that we don't have enough test kits for a pandemic.
Look, you know what? You don't want to. No one should beat up the president at this particular point.
Right.
We need him to function, to act. He seems to be on that pace. Let's fight later. This is not a time to have that kind of fight, especially if things are getting on track. Mnuchin seems to have some adult tendencies, so that's working.
Did you hear what he said, though? He thinks if we don't take care of this, adult tendencies. If we don't,
I think he's the point. I think right now he's the guy that the Democrats are dealing with.
Yes, but he says we may. Did you hear what he said? I'm sorry to cut you off there. That we could be looking at 20% unemployment if we don't get our arms around this. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But he's not an ideologue. So he's a good guy to deal with. Mm-hmm. That's what you need now.
He has a working
people.
The technical, or rather the medical expression is he actually has a working forebrain.
Anyway, I think that the president wants to do the right thing. His at this particular point, I think he's a little frightened. And let's see what happens. Everyone's got to cooperate. There's no one state government can do this. Everyone has to get involved. South Korea and the United States had the first person who was infected at the same time. Mm-hmm. South Korea now is out of it, and we are basically getting into it just now.
Well, isn't that, one of the things I remember, I was traveling a lot in Europe when cell phones came of age, and this is Europe as the analogy is to maybe South Korea. One of the good things about America that sometimes slows us down is our freedom. Not everything comes from the top. And in Europe, they had they made all the cell phone systems all had to go through the same authority so that no matter where you were in Europe, the cell phone worked. Whereas you could drive from New Rochelle to Bedford here in Westchester and you'd lose service. No, you know what I'm saying. So that on one hand,
I know. I just remember a conversation I had with Bloomberg one day.
Yeah,
and he was saying to me, "Can't you get that cell? I go visit my daughter. I go up 684, and my cell phone conks out."
Well, he's right.
I said, "Mr. Mayor, my cell phone conks out."
No, well, that's because we have. It's a product of something fundamentally good. That until we turn our attention as one on something, because we're a free country and because we have commercial competitiveness, we pay a price for it. But that also affects things like how do we manage something like this. So we tend to be slow starters.
Well, let me tell you something though. You're right, and I'm going to give you a concrete example.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the problem, right? So I called in all the telecom companies. I had them sitting around the table, all of them. I said, okay, get together, figure out where you need towers so that you all can have coverage throughout the whole county, right?
Uh-huh.
I said, and I will get the towers built in those spots, but you got to share the towers.
Oh, I'm sure they didn't like that.
No, but wait, I there's no way I could build 20 towers, and it was going to be a fight for each tower. I said, look for the holes. There weren't even holes, the holes in certain places. They wouldn't do it.
I'd
So they
say
wouldn't
that.
get together and
Nope.
cooperate with each other.
Nope. And that sometimes, but finally, though, when we do it, and I don't mean to sound presidential here, but we're really great at it when we do it, but we have to get on the same page to do it. And that is one of the downsides of our competitive system, for sure.
Yeah, well, this, if the president takes, he may be taking charge right now, which will give him powers to tell a particular company, don't produce cars anymore, produce X,
Or for that
and
matter, I
that's the
understand. I understand they're going to do that with respirators and put the
Yeah,
creation of those on
I
the war
understand,
footing.
but he needed to take that power first.
It is 8:45. We're talking with Andy Spano, who has been in these positions. Now, when one is in that, now we've had George on a couple of times a week, George Latham, we've had the mayor on. When you're in the hot seat like this, are you so involved that you don't so much worry about it as be motivated? And as you said, the governor's good at it, George Latham is good at it. Do you actually enjoy it on some level?
No, there's an adrenaline, surge,
Mm-hmm.
but so I've been in drills and I've been in real situations. Okay, so you do the drill, nuclear situation,
Mm-hmm.
this, that, the other. So you do these emergency drills, and you're great at it. Just to do it by the numbers. Then you get to a situation where you say, "This is real." So you're in a bunker, and they say, "This is not a drill. It's a real nuclear emergency," and you realize you're the final word on all the decision making. That's when you get scared, and you have to bring yourself together. So it's hard to say I'm enjoying this because you have that alternative feeling too at the same time, and that I think that steadies you.
It does, and doesn't it must help. And I'm surmising. I've been in lesser situations that were urgent. It must help to have good people around you who keep a calm head and who are expert at the issues at hand.
Well, that's why you make a mistake if you don't try to get the best people around you who know more than you do. 9/11, the first call we got,
Yeah.
we need morgues. Set up morgues for us.
Set up
That's
what?
the first call we got.
What did they say?
How many people? Thousands.
Wow. Wow.
Of course, that didn't pan out because everyone got cremated. But so we went and tried to commandeer all the ice rinks in Westchester County, to make sure. Then we had to look at, everyone thinks that their government is ready, willing, able, poised. Yeah, the government thinks that too until the real thing happens and you have to make the adjustment. That's why you train. It is never the way you train.
Well, that's very true. My guest, of course, he's with us each and every week, Andy Spano, former county executive, now political analyst. How is this likely? Because I know things become political ultimately anyway. How is this likely to affect careers? I was telling somebody yesterday, unless George runs over a bunch of babies in a drunken rage, he's almost certainly to be reelected, although politics is so current of the day. I think the governor has acquitted himself well. The president, I'm not so sure about.
George Bush was at 90% after Iraq and lost the election. He was at 90% favorable and lost the election.
You're
so
right.
I look at things like that, and I say, it's like fleeting. That people sort of forget. They forget what it was like, and why he gave them the 90%. And now they're into whatever the taxes today or something he did, something he said, now. And I think the president, for instance, all the criticism the president gets today, right?
Yes.
And whether you think it's rightly so, wrongly so, and so on and so forth, and they point to all these things. Now you got April, May, June, July, August. Things may calm down. September, October. You'll forget the feeling.
You're right. And another thing, even in the worst case scenario, most of the people out there, people listening right now, are going to be fine. And when this is all over, they're going to say, I'm fine. It was a miracle because I didn't die. And I have to say, I'm sure you're right. We really won't know until this is all over and it's election time.
Yeah, and the thing is that it's like the guy who whistled, right? You whistle. Why do you whistle so much? He says, keep the elephants away. And then someone said, there are no elephants around here. He said, I see it works. You know what I mean? So
that is I never heard that one before. That's
so you'll get that as you get down the line. Hey, it's over. I handled it beautifully. So on and so forth.
All right, let's talk a little politics. There was, and it's interesting. Do you think? And now you work on elections. Do you think we'll have a June primary? Do you think we'll have other primaries? Do you think we'll have an election and then we'll talk about
every day I'm in discussion about it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The governor just postponed the local primaries this week.
Okay.
And everything's into June now. Well, you got the April presidential coming up. So but I don't think we're gonna get there. I don't think if you look at the trajectory that Cuomo talked about, 45 days will be. I don't see how that can happen. Now, so what do we do? What we've been doing is, what is the alternative? How can we make it happen? Let's go to mail ballots, and then let's go to mail ballots, and then we come up with this set of problems, And let's go to, you can't go to internet. We couldn't do that, and we don't want to do that. There are too many security issues on the internet voting. Then we'll go to half and half. And every time we bring something up, these are all recommendations we're making to the governor, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it's very difficult. So it's easy right now because the governor can postpone a primary, push it off. But we'll get to a point where, I don't know, we've never had a November election canceled, even during the Civil War.
Wow. So we really don't know if that's going to be, how that's going to work. And we're going to have to take that day by day.
We don't know what you can do.
All right. Let's assume for a moment that there will be an election. Well, even the conventions. It looks like we may not have conventions.
Well, I think you can get around a convention. This is just my opinion, because that's a party matter. Okay? How you choose your candidate is a party situation. So the party gurus can get together and change the structure of how they pick their candidate.
Well, you've opened two doors for me here. One is an old axe, but it's a lot of people since the Hillary Clinton debacle. When I say debacle, the assertions by the Bernie camp that superdelegates will, change that outcome or what it should have been. And again, we keep hearing people complain about superdelegates. Now, you have been one, if I understand it right. How much power does a superdelegate have, and should they have the power that they have, in your view?
Well, again, it's a democracy, but we're parties. It's a not a private organization. It's a public organization, but it's a personal organization with people.
Sure.
In it.
Mm-hmm.
They make their own rules.
Well, that's what I keep saying.
They make their own rules. You don't like it, don't join or try to beat it, and that's what happened. I was at the I told you this before. I was at the '72 convention where they changed all the rules, where you have to have pink-eyed, blue-eyed, yellow-haired people. 6 of those, 3 or 5 of them, 6 on side. And I'm being a little facetious about it.
Of course, no, I understand.
I'm in agreement with the diversity push, but it changed the whole process and made it very complicated. But we got used to it, and we're doing it now. You make those rules. It's difficult. I liked it when I liked it when the party people picked the candidate.
Well, I want you to hold it right there because that's been the beef. And something that I actually agree with. A good friend of mine who calls every day, he's a politician, a Republican in New Jersey, but he actually is probably a Democrat at his heart. He's like a Rockefeller Republican, not many of them left. But he thinks that primaries should be wholly Democratic. And I kept making the point, there's no law that says they have to be. There's no law that says you just vote for a candidate. We're not a direct democracy. Anyway, is that really the theme of this, that a party gets to pick who they want to run? And then, of course, you get to distill it down to who's the party. How do you react to that?
If we had mandatory voting,
mm-hmm.
I would change my mind. If everybody had to vote, it would be a different story. Because then you'd have 100% voting and no one could control the election.
Mm-hmm.
But with the way we vote in our primaries, the control goes to the usually to the person with the best organization.
I see.
Or like a guy like Biden, who already has name recognition, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have a caucus in Iowa. Well, a caucus is good for a well-organized person. So who came out ahead? Well, who comes out ahead? The two guys with the best organization, Buttigieg and Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go to a small, relatively white state like New Hampshire, and similar kind of thing. Some are overwhelmed. Where Biden had more of a diversity appeal. Now you go to South Carolina and and so on and so forth. But if everybody comes out in every state and everyone can vote in any election, different story, whole different story.
It sure is.
No one controls
Now,
you can't control it then.
What can a superdelegate do? What powers does he or she have?
The superdelegate votes. The superdelegate is a delegate, except that up until this particular time, they were allowed to vote on the first ballot. In this convention, they will not be allowed to vote on the first ballot. And what it is you have the mayor of New York City. Okay,
mm-hmm.
He's a superdelegate. Okay, shouldn't he be a superdelegate? Shouldn't he be a delegate? Shouldn't he have a say in
mm-hmm.
who the delegate is?
Sure, he should.
Well, that's what a superdelegate is.
I see. And,
it's those kind of party people. That's why I got to be delegate, because I was county executive of Westchester County,
mm-hmm.
1 million people. And they weren't going to leave me out.
Now, when you vote, how much does your vote count versus others as a superdelegate?
Same amount.
Same. Okay, that's what I needed to. Okay, want to cover one more issue before we go?
Same amount as if I were a delegate. I mean, there's the weighted kinds of situations, but it's the same. You vote. You have the same privilege. But now they're going to vote on the second ballot. So the first ballot will be only elected delegates, and those are the ones when you vote in the presidential primary.
When you come out of the primary
really
with that. So you
you don't really vote for the president.
I got you.
So the delegate.
So you as a superdelegate or someone that wasn't a result of a primary, but as a party leader, in effect.
That's correct. Well, as a choice of the party.
Right.
Or
as in your case, a party elder. I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, they didn't have to pick me. I mean,
I know. I just threw that in there.
Cattaraugus, you know what I mean?
I just threw that in there to be a pain in the ass. All right, let's cover one other issue that it troubles me only because it just does. Maybe I don't even know why deep down. Why do they keep talking about presidential, vice presidential candidates? Because in this case, with a 77-year-old candidate, this person is going to rightfully be put under a microscope and an electron microscope to boot. Well, so the issue is, why should they be talking about it so soon? Shouldn't there be more thought put into this?
Well, there is more thought being put into it. I mean, it's got to be a woman. I mean, there's no doubt about it. That wasn't a hard call for Biden. I think that you're cutting off your nose to spite your face if you don't pick a woman.
Mm-hmm.
You got then after that, maybe it's someone of color, maybe it's not. I don't think that becomes as critical as picking a woman. And so the discussion has to go on now. In the old days, when I first started going to conventions, we would select the vice president at the we really wouldn't know who the president picked, and then we would vote. Again, I go back to 72 and 76, where there was these fights for vice presidency. That it wasn't so sure that whoever the presidential candidate wanted, they were going to get.
So true.
There was a balance in the ticket that, they may say when a Midwest woman that, can, of color, they may do something like that, but I don't think that's as important anymore.
No, it seems not. Andy, it's time for us to go, but I got to tell you, I so value your contributions each week. And as we go through this crisis, I'm probably going to extend your time, start you off at 8:20. So much valuable.
Well, if I keep hibernating here, you could start me off at 7 in the morning.
I held my tongue when you started talking about those earlier conventions, because I was going to ask you how long it took to get there by horse, from depending on where you are. I always think when I read John Adams' book, he would take these long horse rides from Massachusetts to Washington, or from Pennsylvania. It's amazing how they did that on the Boston Post Road.
Listen to me. George Washington, when he became president, wanted to visit every colony in the country.
Good grief.
And did it by horse.
Wow. I feel bad for his horse.
Every colony in the country by horse when he became president. There's a book, I forget the name of the book, that talks only about
I got to get that book, and you remember every day of it. Andy Spano, thank you, sir.
And I was with him.
Yeah. you were in the second horse. Andy Spano, thank you very much. So next week, think 8:20. We're going to extend this a little bit, and thank you so much. Have a great day.
Take care. Bye.
God, I love that guy. What a valuable, what a great resource he has become. And the beeping you heard, of course, our next guest. You know what I always encourage the guests to do? Please listen to the show a little bit before you start calling. I know not everybody's a fan, even if they're a guest, and they're probably going to send me a text. I'm trying to call and I couldn't get through. Yeah, I'm going to say it. Yeah, they did exactly what I said. And I'm just going to fix this. Call now. Well, that's because I have to work alone. I can't screen because I, right now, am not allowed to have anybody in here except the poor guy who's already in the same fix I am, which is that we work here at the radio station. Okay, so we'll get to that person. It is 8:02. See, the official is 9:02. The official start time for the 9 o'clock guest is 9:05. See, we bake in that extra 5 minutes, but sometimes I forget to call the guest. And we are going to get to our next guest momentarily, but we do have to take care of a little bit of business, and that we will do. You're listening to Radio Westchester as we go into the long-form segment of our program, and we will do that now. The weather's brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit UHGC.com, and it would help if I had the weather in front of me, but I was reading here it is. I was reading the news and put the papers on top of it. I'm sorry. It is, it's 45. The rain has ebbed, and it will dry up this afternoon and get up to about 55. And we will like that. Now, tonight, different story. It'll cloud up more and more scattered showers. Just scattered showers, though nothing too heavy, high around 45. Tomorrow, a strange day. Remember the movie Strange Days? They should have made it for tomorrow's weather because it'll be mostly cloudy, very warm, highs in the low to mid 70s, maybe even kissing 80. And we may even have showers and a thunderstorm as a result. And Friday night, partly cloudy, getting down to 41. And then Saturday, just when you thought it was weird, things go back to normal, but chilly normal. Saturday, mostly sunny skies. The high will be 49 degrees. The overnight low will be 28, so don't turn off the heat yet. And as we get into our long form interview, we're going to be talking with another one of our friends from Choice. We will be supported by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, its operating campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.org. Plug in virtual reality. Our friends at the Beachmont Tavern, Dominic's Fine Cigars, the law firm of Payne Con Aging Issues Management, and their partners, Aging Issues Radio. Now, in this time of crisis, now we have these people on every week, regardless of whether or not there's a crisis going on, because they, that is Choice of New Rochelle is what they used to be called. Now they're Westchester Choice, and they are located here in New Rochelle. They've got one of their main offices down in North Avenue, down close to Pelham Parkway. They have headquarters now in White Plains. They have an office up in Peekskill, and they do wonderful work in getting the homeless and the mentally ill homeless and others off the streets when they can into shelters, into programs, getting benefits, getting psychiatric and or medical care, getting jobs in some cases, and certainly trying to get them into long-term housing when they can. So our guest today is Yannick Cameron. She's a client care coordinator there, and now she's got a bachelor's degree in social work. And she says that she wanted to work with a company that fosters and helps those who are considered a part of the minority groups, such as the mental health population. She says she has a younger sister who struggles with disability, had constant worries about how she would cope in an ever-changing society, and made her want to make a difference in helping people like her who feel as though they have no voice. And she goes on to say in her little bio, you see, my sister is unable to speak as she was born with a birth defect in which she is unable to hear as well. She communicates via sign language and is able to text via phone. Now, she started out at Choice as a client care coordinator, and through hard work and dedication was promoted to being a supervisor, again, client care supervisor within a year and a half. She says, it's been a pleasure working with Choice. As always, I feel a sense of great accomplishment whenever a client is able to say thank you. Without further ado, we're going to find out how they're dealing with this. Please welcome Yannick Cameron. Good morning, and thank you for calling in.
Hi, good morning. It's a pleasure.
Well, the pleasure is mine, and I hope you're not nervous. Some people get nervous when they come on the radio. I'm part of your family there. I am a member of the board, full disclosure, and I know of the work that you do, and you should be as proud of yourself as your resume and your bio would say you are. Tell us a little bit first about your sister.
So, my sister, we're all from Jamaica, and especially being in the West Indies, there's not a lot of services for people who are mentally disabled. So I had this passion ever since growing up in Jamaica, actually. Right now, she's doing much better. She's going to a school that helps with teaching her how to do sign language. It's great that she's able to text because that's how she communicates with most of the family members. Such as myself, especially migrating to the U.S., and she's still in Jamaica. So we communicate mainly through text.
Now, a question. I noticed in the bio that she cannot speak and she's deaf. Now, was her inability to speak a product of being deaf? Because one of the things that people need to understand, and I'm sure you'll explain it to us, is that if she can sign language, she's obviously very intelligent. And
right.
So are her handicaps physical mostly in terms of hearing and speech?
So her hearing, we don't even understand to what full extent it is to, only because, again, she's in the Caribbean. We don't have a lot of testing to even tell how much of her hearing is affected. However, through constant, conversations with her and the teachers, as they talk, they do sign languages with her. So she's able to understand mouth movement, if that makes sense.
Oh, sure, lip reading, yeah.
Right, lip reading. So for the most part, it was self-taught, how to, she's able to say certain things like water, but she's not able to make full sentences. So for that, she does the texting.
I see. And she texts, well, now how old is she?
She's now 15.
She's 15. And is she schooled? Does she have to go to any type of a special school? What is her
Yes,
status?
she goes to a special school that's just for kids who have hearing problems. She does wear an hearing aid. We don't know how much it helps because she doesn't really like wearing it either. I'm guessing because of the noise it makes.
Hmm.
Because if you're sitting next to her, you can hear this really loud pitch
Oh, she
noise
doesn't need
sound.
that. Yeah.
Right, right. So she doesn't really like wearing it. Um, so in that case, as I said, most of the conversations are just through text.
Now, is she, signing is very much a part of the hearing impaired community. It's very well
Right.
respected. In fact, in most public venues, at least here in the States now, public announcements are accompanied by a signer. Is there any hope that she may move to the United States one day where this is a little more accepted, or when I say accepted, more prevalent is the better way to put it, than in the Caribbean?
So this is something that us, the family, is actually working on because when it comes to migrating to the U.S. with all these immigration laws, it's really hard. So what I've had to do is I've had to file for my father for him in order for him to file for her because when you file for a sibling, it takes years for them to get through versus, filing for a father, which might take a year or two and then he in turn filed for her, which would take about the same time.
I see. Well, good luck with that. And any way we can
Yeah,
help make a case on the air, we certainly would do that for you. Again, my guest, Unique
thank
Cameron. She's a
you.
client care coordinator, supervisor at Choice, and she manages the people who are really where the rubber meets the road in their great endeavor getting out. Now, right now, as a client care coordinator, I was looking at some email traffic among the board the other day. How
Right.
is Choice managing these shutdowns, et cetera, as a result of the coronavirus?
Well, right now, what we have been doing is just keeping the clients informed. We have been calling clients all week, just letting them know of some of the closures, especially our offices being closed. However, we're assuring them that we are still providing services such as giving resources, sending referrals, assisting with existing goals. Right now, we received emails that, for example, Social Security office is closed. So what I've advised my team to do, try to do as much as they can over the phone. We haven't had a situation whereas we've had to, ask a CC to go out in the field, knock on wood. But right now, the clients are understanding of the situation. They themselves don't want to go out. So, and then you have those who have to. For example, I spoke with a client yesterday who has to do, what was that? She had to do, I forgot exactly the name of it, but she had to go dialysis. Sorry,
Yes.
she
Okay.
had to do dialysis, and she does it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So she had to go out. So what I was able to do was just to educate her on things that she needs to do in protecting herself as well as others, such as walking with hand sanitizer, keeping a safe distance from others. If she needs to cough in her elbow, stuff like that. Some clients have said they had to postpone their appointments, which, the officials are telling us, if it's not as important, you could go ahead and just put it on pause, not go at all, but just postpone it until the situation is better
Now,
handled.
now, how did your
Um,
client get there? Because I know one of the things that y'all will do is drive people to certain appointments, particularly to Social Security or the county to get services. In the pinch, are you still doing that, or you haven't been called on to do that yet? That is you
So
and your
we
people.
haven't had any cases where clients are calling us out to accompany them to any appointments. But that particular client, luckily, she has a family member who is able to take her, so that was not an issue for her. So we were happy about that. Um, but there hasn't been extreme case, whereas we've had to tell CCs, okay, you might need to go out to help this client because of what's going on. Especially yesterday, I sent out a message to the CCs that, I've been paying close attention to the news where they said that, evictions and stuff like that are put on a pause. So I've updated my CCs on that to inform their clients. So those of who are going through eviction, at least they have that kind of relief that, okay, for now they don't have to worry about that.
Okay, now let me ask you this, and again, my guest is Unique Cameron. We are in the midst of one of our long form interviews each Thursday. We have the Choice Hour. Choice is an outreach organization, a nonprofit that helps the homeless, mentally ill, among them, of course, drug addicted, people out of prison, people living on the streets, etc. Now, when you say they have to stay home, a lot of homeless people homeless on the street, number one. Number two, at night, homeless people go to shelters such as Oasis here in New Rochelle. For them, what does at home mean? Now, there are a couple of homeless people we usually see here around the train station. One of them, most notably, showed up, and I don't think she wants to be helped, but she's fairly capable. She's always zipping around in a shopping cart. But where are they? Where are they? Where do they go during a time like this? Where's home for them?
So I can speak for New Rochelle. I know of, for example, a shelter by the name of Oasis.
Yes.
Across the street, there is Hope, where they provide food for them throughout the day. So I know for the most part, for the New Rochelle homeless clients that we do serve, they go across the street to
That's
Hope
good.
for
Okay.
shelter during the day, then report to the shelter during the night. But I'm assuming, these shelters would have to take in consideration what's going on and be a little bit more lenient with what's going on. I'm not sure, but hopefully they are.
Yeah, because they're certainly not on the streets. We're not seeing a lot of homeless
Right.
on the streets,
Right. I haven't either.
and that's a good thing. Um, what is it about with the shelters? I guess because they have to clean it up, but they're only night shelters. No matter where they exist, why is that? I mean, for those of us who don't work in your business, why is that?
Well, for me, I can only make guesses. I guess they try to limit, the chaos during the day. Some of the clients that do go to the shelter, not to stereotype or anything, but some of them are active users. Some of them, it's trying to eliminate conflicts. I
Okay,
guess
all right.
that's how I would see it.
And also, you run into the other issue. You've got to get these people to sleep at night, yet they're not supposed to be congregating.
Right.
So
Right.
that's a
Right.
paradox right there, but it's also a paradox in any unit that helps people. Well, tell us, and let's get back to what you do and what would ordinarily be happening in the absence of a crisis like this, Yannick. First of all. Now, you mentioned your sister, and we were going to take you and then place you into getting involved with Choice. What motivates? Now, you have a very hard job. I know that from being on the board. And the people who were client care coordinators themselves, as you were, handle as many as 40 patients or clients, as you call them, at a time. What made you want to get into this kind of work that is so demanding?
Well, for me, it was just all about assisting those who believe they don't have a voice. I have seen on many occasions where people who are stereotyped as, the special population being mistreated, and I just feel like no one should ever feel like they're a lesser person. I can remember a specific experience where I had a client. At the time, I was a caseworker, and I had a client who was homeless he reported being homeless for about 15 years. And with, our resources that we put together through Hope and West Hab, we were able to house the client. Now, in getting him housed, we tried to get him furniture, and DSS offers, a little check for clients to get furniture. We went to DSS, and, you just get your client house, you're happy, you're going to the window, smiling, good morning, how are you? And I feel like some of the workers at DSS, their job is so repetitive. I feel like they sometimes forget about the customer service portion of it. And the way how he responded was he just went right straight to it. How may I help you? And it was just a little bit surprising to see how clients are being spoken to when they go to places like that. Especially that client, he insisted that I accompanied him because he felt like whenever he went by himself, he wouldn't get the attention that he feels that he deserves. So I guess in that moment, it was a little eye opener to see how clients are really being treated. And I was just happy that I was there to advocate for him. As soon as I introduced myself and told the gentleman who I was, I got a completely different reaction. It was a complete 150. So, they really do need people like us to advocate for them. Sometimes we may think it's something simple as just showing up to an appointment, but for them it does really mean a lot.
It does, doesn't it? What's the hardest part of your job?
The hardest part, I believe, are those clients who I've had a case where I went to visit a client in the hospital, and at the time she was homeless, and she just broke down in front of me like, okay, why this has to happen to me? I haven't been a bad person throughout my life. And it makes you think like, okay, what did I do differently from this person for me
Hmm.
to be in this situation and her to be here in the situation that she is? And at that time, it was really hard trying to fight back tears because as a caseworker, you want to be strong for your clients. You don't want to be there and them feeling like you're feeling self pity
Well,
for
what
them. You
what
want
was her? And again, you're not identifying the person. What was her
no.
issue? Was she depressed? You said she didn't live a good life? Was she a drug user? Did she make mistakes? What was her underlying set of issues?
So her issues, she had met some medical issues. She she did do drugs in the past. However, she felt like she had paid the price per se. Can we say that?
Sure,
So
she
she
probably
believed
lost her
that
family and everything else. Yeah.
right, right. So, she felt like, okay, I think I've been through enough, so why does this keep happening to me? Like, at the time she was living with her daughter and her daughter had to move. She didn't have anywhere to go. Then she had COPD. She ended up in the hospital, and it was just a really emotional day for her where and this is a person that I saw as a really strong individual. I've never seen her look so vulnerable, and to see her break down and cry in front of me, that really takes you back to be like, wow, like some things that you take for granted, here you have someone crying over something like that, so it really makes, as a CC, you really get humbled by some situations that you see.
I bet. Now, I know that there's a lot of recidivism in what you do. I know that there are people with longstanding drug problems and mental illness. Did this woman come around? Were you able to help her? Did you get her a place to live? How did she do in the program?
So with her, we were able to have her placed in a shelter. That specific shelter, I wouldn't say it's permanent, but once if you get on your feet, you can leave. But if not, you have a bed there.
Now, what
So
about,
for her,
go ahead, but what about during the day if she was sick? What does she do during the day?
so during for that shelter, you can stay throughout the day. It's
Oh,
kind of
okay.
like one day where you can stay there right throughout the day. We were able to get her services where because people who are homeless, they're not thinking about taking care of their health. They're not thinking about anything else but getting housing. So through her having a permanent shelter, basically, we were able to get her connected to mental health services, to all the providers that she needed, a PCP, a dentist.
Mm-hmm.
She qualified for more services, which was HCBS. So she wanted to go back to school. So that's something we had started on with her. So she was going back on track.
This raises so many questions. You've got, again, for those of us, again, being on the board, I hear the stories, but for the sake of our audience, I'm going to ask you questions sometimes that I may know somewhat the answer to. But the
Right.
question that comes to mind is, there are people who, and I know these are tough sells, who want to stay on the streets, don't want to be in a shelter, don't want to find a place.
Right.
But what would, and that's one case that we still need to deal with. But let's take 100 homeless people. How many of them want a place to sleep and live, but can't get one?
I would say probably 95% of the population.
That's tragic.
Yes,
that's
one
beyond
of the
tragic.
Right. That's really one of the things that we do struggle with, because some of these clients, yes, you can go to DSS and get that voucher for them. Yes, they could apply for Section 8 and get that Section 8 voucher. But unfortunately, some of these places, once you say, oh, this client has a voucher, they're not accepting. Also, most of these places, or they're asking for a credit score. Now, these clients don't have credit scores.
Well, wait a minute. Is it? But you're saying we need to understand this. By definition, someone who's looking for Section 8, a credit score, none of that should be issues because the government's going to pay for it. Why should they care?
Right, but these landlords, they want to know that, okay, a credit score of 650, and a lot of times this is where we try to advocate for the client, like, okay, this is a population that, they don't even have credit cards, so how can you even ask for a credit score? This client has Section 8, why are you asking for a credit score? So for most of us...
Okay, what's the ulterior motive here? Let's get to it, because not in your case. If I'm taking Section 8 and I'm looking for a credit score, that's like me calling up, okay, I'm going to let birds in, but only birds that fly, that can't fly.
Right.
I mean, it makes no sense.
Right.
What's their real ulterior motive? Are they practicing, is it NIMBY? Is it, not in my backyard? Is it racial? Is it class? What are they really doing? What can we call them out on?
Honestly, I just feel like there's just this stigma against people who utilize government assistance. I feel like that's what it is.
But yet they're making their millions on getting government assistance.
Right.
So what do they want? They want a couple that's simply down on their luck. They lost their jobs. They get Section 8, but they're otherwise Ozzie and Harriet, like some old 1960s sitcom. Is that what they're looking for in their Section 8 housing?
We have not been able to find places that will accept Section 8. When we have clients that come to us and say, okay, I'm looking for a room, I'm able to afford a certain amount, that's something you'll be luckier to find an apartment for a client like that versus someone that's coming to say, okay, I have a 1650 Section 8, or I got a one-shot deal from DSS. So, that's the struggle. That's our main struggle right now is housing.
But I want to go back to the question that I asked. This is for the benefit of listeners. And again, I remind people, my guest is Unique Cameron. She's a client care coordinator with Choice, and we're talking about the housing issues the supervisor rather, at Choice, about the housing issues they deal with. But this strain of questioning, this stream, results back to something I asked her a few minutes ago. How many homeless people want a place to live? 95%. And it's hard to find it. I'm appalled. Not at you. I'm appalled at the system.
Right.
Because if you get a Section 8 voucher, you ought to be able to find a place to live that takes Section 8. Shouldn't we put more... if someone gets the right to accept Section 8, it seems to me that they ought to be bound by the program.
Right, and I believe that by law they cannot, decline anyone because they have Section 8, but they don't tell you straight out, oh, we're not accepting Section 8. They just say, oh, the landlords that we have aren't accepting it. So if you call a broker, they're not going to tell you, oh, we don't accept Section 8. They're just letting you know that the landlords we have, they're not accepting it.
Okay, you see what we need to do, and this is one of the reasons I wanted Choice on the radio regularly. If we find a landlord who takes Section 8, okay,
yes,
but is using an agent to discriminate, we need to out them, and we'll out them on the air. Let us do that for you. Because, these people, they're not making, it's not the best of houses. It's not the best of housing stock. They don't fix
Right.
things. They're becoming millionaires doing this.
Right.
Well, they ought to be bound by the rules. And let's out them. Let's do that. I'll talk to Guy to see. This is an appalling fact, and this is why we have
Right.
radio about such things.
Yeah. Yep.
Because if
Because we. Mhm.
go ahead.
We have a lot of clients who have Section 8, and right now their struggle is finding apartments. And with Section 8, I believe after 30 days, I'm not exactly sure of the number, but after a certain amount of days, it expires. So when that happens, as a caseworker, you have to keep contacting Section 8 to extend the voucher, because you don't want the client to lose the only opportunity they have of actually paying rent.
Now, don't the Section 8 people get annoyed that these things aren't being honored? And how can we get these people who have Section 8 apartments available, how can we get them to lose that benefit? We need to hit them in the pocketbook.
Right, and I feel like that has a lot to do with policy and people actually reinforcing policies that is put in place, because as I said, legally you're not allowed to say, oh, we don't accept Section 8, but it's not being reinforced by these landlords who have the apartments but have the stigma of, oh, this person's getting government assistance, so we don't want that type of trouble. That's mostly what we hear as caseworkers.
You know what? If they're a private owner, while it's sad, I get it. But if they do take Section 8, tough tiddlies, they should lose the ability to get Section 8.
Absolutely. Right.
Absolutely. And again, but it all depends on who's lobbying for you, because unfortunately, you haven't asked me this, and this is your interview, but there's a question no one ever asks, but I answer it anyway, which is, in the almost 20 years now that I'm doing news, what has been the most disappointing fact? And you know what it is? It really is who you know. It really is about who's powerful and who's not.
Right.
And leverage needs to be gained. In the immortal words of Martin Luther King, you never get what you deserve because you ask for it. You have to demand it or take it. So we need to get tougher in this regard. At 9:31, my guest is Unique Cameron, as you can see. One of the things she just reported upset me. And moving on to the next line of questioning.
Okay.
As a member of your board, I've always been, and that's why getting to this point just so troubled me. It always was discouraging when I'd hear that you all would find somebody a place to live and then they wind up back on the streets. But that's what I wanted to get to. Who are the people less likely to provide a successful outcome? Is it drug addicts? Is it mentally ill? Is it people who've been in prison? What would you say?
Well, personally, I haven't had a case whereas we have housed the client and they end up back in the street. I know we've had clients who we've assisted with getting housed, getting cleaned up, and they relapse, which is not out of the norm. Whenever that happens, we try to, rally around and try to make sure all the services are back in place. I had a client, the same client that I assisted with getting housed. I remember at one point, this was the case with him. What we've had to do is keep in close contact with a therapist and psychiatrist. I would have to call him on a daily basis. Hey, are you going to your appointments? Remember, you have an appointment tomorrow. So just giving him that support, because that specific client, he doesn't have family members who are able to do that for him. So as the caseworkers, that's what we try to do with the clients who tend to relapse. And just try to encourage them that, okay, we understand that this is hard, but you need to do this for your daughter, for your son, whoever that motivation is, because some of these clients, they do have a particular motivation. So we try to enforce that strength that they have and just try to encourage them, like, okay, this is something that you need. Let's work on getting it.
And now in that instance, are you talking mental illness or you're talking drugs? You're talking mostly
Both.
mental. Both. Okay.
Both.
Now, if again using my magical, just for the sake of discussion, my rhetorical 100 people, of 100 people on the streets, how many are mentally troubled? Would you say?
Let me see. I would say 99. because
Wow.
most of the caseloads that we have, they have physical issues, but they have probably like anxiety, major depression, bipolar. So it's
So glad you
usually
brought that up.
accompanied with a mental disability.
Um,
So based off the questions you're asking me, I'm responding based off of the
no, no, no.
caseloads
I
that I
understand because you're a caseworker, and again, you're not giving
right,
me statistics. You're giving me what
right,
your observations are, and that's all we're doing now. And we'll keep it in that context because I'll tell you why, and I'll tell you why I know your job must be difficult. I keep imagining, and I'm not talking in this case because you're gonna. I'm sure you have people with schizophrenia and serious bipolar, but
right,
I'm imagining the guy or gal, maybe they had an alcohol problem, maybe they're even done with it. Maybe they had a gambling problem, maybe they're even done with it. But they so are filled with self loathing and self hate and that feeling of failure, and it's now accompanied by depression and maybe phobias and everything else, that they not only are homeless and could do better in life, they probably don't even think they're worth doing better for themselves. How in God's name do you overcome the years of self hate and the years of feeling like a second class citizen? I can't even, that is a huge mountain to climb. And that's if they don't have schizophrenia, if they're not active drug users, even just dealing with that. What is that like?
right.
How do you get somebody to like themselves again?
For that, for most of the clients who are like that, sometimes they will call just to talk to you. And sometimes that's all you need to do as a caseworker, just to be an active listener and try to. We have something we have on our care plans, strengths and weaknesses. So we try, in those conversations, we try to highlight their strengths. Okay, what are you good at? Let's focus on stuff that you're good at, and then we also encourage to for them to speak about these things in their therapy sessions, because a lot of what our clients we're not therapists, and we try not to give
Oh, of
any
course.
medical advice per
Hmm.
se. So most of what we do is just try to encourage the clients and encourage them to see therapists, because some of these clients, they don't even want to see therapists. So most of these conversations is just us trying to get the clients being open to seeing somebody professional to talk about these things that they're going through, because a lot of us aren't equipped with,
Oh,
some
sure.
of the things that
Hmm.
these clients are going through. So one of our major, what I always tell my caseworkers, encourage them to see a therapist. Let that be a part of their goal. So put it as a suggestion goal. So whenever the client will bring up an issue, of course you listen, but you try to encourage them to see a professional.
Well, and now you're going to be giving some bad news now. You don't know that, but I'm going to ask you a question to which I know the answer. And I want people to understand what it's like to do what you do. When someone needs a psychiatrist, what's the wait now?
Oh, wow. I have a client right now. She was released from the hospital sometime last month. I
Hmm.
spoke to her yesterday, and she's still on a waiting list.
And how many? And it's she was a month ago because I hear things like 6 weeks, 8 weeks. And by the way, even
Yeah,
for the population that isn't homeless, most psychiatrists don't even take insurance anymore.
right, right. Um, this client, she has been searching. Actually, I could hear the frustration in her voice yesterday. I was able to give her another contact number. So today I'm supposed to follow up with her to find out how that went. And, if it's the same thing, that's when I'm going to have to call these places to try and advocate for her to say, okay, this client just she came out of the hospital. She needs the assistance. Is there any way that you guys could, possibly fit her somewhere in, because you really do need the assistance?
Wow. It's okay. Now let's talk about a different type of program. When someone presents with drug problems and they're active and they elect to go to rehab, how long does that process take?
For that, it's because usually we catch this at the point where they come to the office and they're really high. So in that case, or we get a notification through GSI that, hey, this client is already inpatient at St. Vincent for substance abuse or whatever the issue is. So we're always catching it at the crisis area, not whereas the client is coming to say, oh, I need help. I have not seen where that has been the case. It's always they're already in the hospital,
Okay.
or they pop up at the office, and we have to take them to somewhere like St. Vincent's, and then St. Vincent will do the inpatient.
Okay, I see. And because they made, if they need detox, that's the
Right,
minimum 28-day program that they have to go to, et
right.
cetera. All right, let's get to so many different things. All right, how long does it take to get housing for a typical client?
Housing could take over a year. I've had clients placed on waiting lists for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. I've had clients decline even applying for apartments because they're like, it doesn't make any sense because by the time I do get through, I probably passed away, God forbid. But these are the responses we get when we ask client about applying to some probably senior housing or stuff like that. So those subsidized housing, the clients, they're not really excited to apply for them because they know that the waiting list is so long. So they prefer to do the private houses that might be a little bit faster. But as we said, they're asking for credit score. They're asking, well, before it was broker's fee, but that's no longer the case. So a housing goal is usually over a year.
Wow, over years. So they're going to be in shelters or on the street until that time. I'm just amazed at some of these figures. How do you keep, as you do this every day and you see this, and I got another range of questioning I'll get to in a moment. How do you keep up your spirits?
That's a good question. For supervisors, for me personally, I try to make sure that I take that hour lunch just to be out of the office and gather my mind on, different things. Also, it helps when you have the support of your supervisor, which happens to be my director, Annie Petaway. So sometimes we're able to talk with her to let her know about some of these things that's happening, and she'll be able to encourage us on what things that we could do. She's had years of experience of this, so a lot of times I'm in her office talking to her about these things.
Okay. We're going to get more to what it's like to do that job, where the rubber meets the road, the people that work for you. One of the things I haven't heard a lot about in board meetings and when I've talked to your colleagues, what is the rate of suicide among the homeless? Or are the homeless, by definition, people who don't want to end their lives because of their problems?
The suicidal rate, I honestly don't know the numbers, but we have clients who have, when we look at their eligibility document, or we do a comp assessment with them, they do express that they have committed suicide.
Oh, you mean that they've tried it? Yeah, that they've attempted it. You mean? Yeah, I did. Because if they're filling out a form after they committed suicide, they know something you and I don't. So, go ahead.
My apologies.
That's okay.
They have attempted. So for clients like those, we try to make sure that we have contact with them on a weekly basis. Again, just make sure that they're going to the services that's in place for them, because they're really one of the vulnerable populations, and we don't want to have a situation whereas we have a client who committed suicide while with choice. I've not heard of a case such as that one, and we don't want to have anything like that.
The reason I bring it up is given the prevalence of suicide in society, particularly people who suffer from serious depression, I find it interesting that in the work that I've been involved in thus far with the homeless, it isn't the problem I thought it would be. So therein lies one of the few areas of hope. Now, what I wanted to move on in the final segment of this is, and you've been a client care coordinator. I know you, or the typical, if I get the numbers right, our client care coordinators handle as many as 40 cases at a time. The turnover rate is very high. Right. What kind of person is able to do this job and love it? What kind of person can't wait to get out of it, and how do you manage the turnover?
So I believe people who do it and love it are those such as myself who have, personal reasons as to why we came into it in the first place. People who you find that leave, I understand that we all need to pay bills, but sometimes those people who are leaving, it's about the paycheck, of course. The turnover rate, we try to, and that's for HR, of course, they try to do the process of elimination in trying to hire the best candidates. Um, and at the end of the day, you can't really tell who people really are. But they are trying their best. So far, it's been going great. We've had a few more new hires who seem to be dedicated to this job.
And I'm sure you don't know it. I mean, they don't. Sometimes you don't know yourself until you're there. You don't know
Right.
if you're going to like a job or not, and also you don't know if you're going to like it later on. My first 6 weeks of doing morning radio, they wanted to fire me, and they were right. That I hated it because I was terrible at it. I was, fumbling all the
Right.
time. But then I grew to
And
love.
that's
Go ahead.
right. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, no, no. So, and that's a nice profession with all kinds of accolades. Here, you're in a profession where you see a lot of the dark sides of life. So I could understand why someone could say, "Oh, it's just not for me." What separates the two? What the person that's really successful at this, A, what makes them successful? B, how do they keep from making it run their lives though?
Um, for my new caseworkers, I always tell them, it will seem challenging at first, but after getting into your own groove, finding what works for you, um, you will like it, eventually like it. And I've had caseworkers who are now excelling tremendously at what they're doing. They go above and beyond in assisting the clients. And, I'll have that one-on-one sometimes with them. I've had caseworkers come in to, tell their frustrations about what's going on. And as a supervisor, you have to be there for your caseworkers as well because they too get affected by some of the things that's happening with the clients. So we try to give them words of encouragement as well. Um, so yeah,
I should think that they need it. All right. And lastly,
yeah.
let's look back on your career as a caseworker. What were your hours like? What were the days like? And what is it like for your people?
So a typical day would be 9 to 5, but of course you have those cases whereas, for example, a client who needs furniture from Furniture Share House, we would try to come in a little bit earlier because of course you have to pick up the client from wherever they are, then take them to the appointment for 9:30. So sometimes I've heard of caseworkers being there as early as 7:30. So it really depends on the client's availability, not really yours so much. But a typical day is probably going to DSS with a client, going to Social Security office with a client, um, probably faxing information to Section 8 for clients. We have clients who they don't necessarily need the weekly conversations. It's, oh, I got paperwork and I don't understand it. Could you help me? Or, oh, I got this information that I need to fax over to DSS. Can you help me? So that's what a typical day looks like.
And they sound like a very busy, tough day. And I understand, though, when you go home, that you have different people who are on the emergency line at night, different people
Yes.
assigned to that, and that's how that works. All right, we're going to give you a chance to have a magic wand, and you have it right in your hand. But you got to be realistic when you use it. Now, I'm going to
Okay.
list the things that I realize you have to deal with. You've got people who are down on their luck. Maybe they've had economic catastrophe. Maybe they've had social catastrophe. Their wife or husband left and with no money, and depression ensued. They lost a job. You have people with those kinds of problems and or separately suffering from a drug addiction. Those kinds of problems, but separately suffering from drugs, and plus maybe they have a criminal record. Or they have all three or one of those, but also have a history of mental illness, or none of those. in terms, and these are all people that have fallen through the cracks or wind up homeless, and you are helping them. If you could fix things about our system, that many people, for example, criticize the fact that, yeah, we can take people out of the hospital, they got to take their meds, but they don't in a lot of cases. What would you fix? What would be different? I mean, we're always going to have people who fall through the cracks. That's life. But what do you think we're not doing or could do? If I gave you if you had a magic wand, that would make your job, let's say, less needed.
Okay, this is actually a really hard question because all of that is very important because people need somewhere to sleep. So for people who are homeless, that's their number one priority. And we have people who are active drug users, that is also an issue where we had clients are asking us to request money from their rep payee, and we don't believe they're doing what they're supposed to do with it. So that's a good one.
Do you think we need more hospitals for people who are emotionally and mentally ill, so that they can get more intense treatment? And maybe you don't have an answer, but have you thought about that at all?
Honestly, so far I've thought about the housing situation.
Okay, well, that's where I wanted you to go. Okay, good.
Yes, because that has been our number one issue, and that's what my CCs constantly come to me about, the complaints of clients that really needs to be housed. So that's for now that has been our number one issue, housing. Clients have been able to get for those who have substance abuse issue and expressed who have symptoms of it, we've been able to give them the referrals they need, and they've been to their appointments. But for homelessness, all we can say for example, if a client calls me today and says, oh, I'm about to be homeless, I have nowhere to go, the only thing as a worker I could say is, okay, I could give you a few drop-in shelters,
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these times they don't want to go to drop-in shelters because they believe that, that's one of the worst places to go to because they're worried about their items being stolen, or you have a lady with 2 kids who is worried about, I don't want to put my kids through that. So, housing for me could be the number one issue. Like, I wish there were more opportunities for people who are homeless.
You just froze me in place, Unique, because I am imagining what it would be like if I lost my job, I lost my home, I had no family, and without a mental illness to speak of, at the moment anyway, no drug problem, but I have no money and no place to sleep. You can't even help me maybe for a year.
Right.
And I hope that people listening will put themselves in that position for a moment, as I just did. And that's got to be frightening and awful.
It is.
And a drop-in shelter. And are they any safer than they used? I know Oasis has a pretty good record, but I heard there are places in New York City that are downright scary.
Right. For Westchester, I've heard about clients who have had their wallets stolen, and that's, one of the hardest things for a client because then their benefits card is gone, their food stamps card is gone, their Social Security, because they keep their belongings with them, and when that is gone, they have to basically try to get everything all over. Right now, we have a client who doesn't even have a birth certificate, and in order to get a ID, they need the birth certificate. So we've had to start over with clients from ground one to get back those documentation.
I wonder if there's a way, now I'm just thinking, I have a problem solver mentality. Maybe that each client should have could have a safe box someplace where they keep that stuff.
That would be good. Because they walk with their belongings on their back.
Yeah, where the key stuff could be. I can't thank you enough for all this time today. And how I'd like to end, because after reading your bio, you love your job. After all that you've just said, do you still, A, B, where do you want to take this? What ultimately do you want to do? You're still a very young woman. You have a great career in front of you. What do you want to do with all this?
Honestly, I'm happy where I'm at now, but my home country, some of the opportunities that's here for the mental population is not back home. So that's something I would love to work on with, possibly um, doing that in Jamaica, having a mental health, probably like a case management
Mm-hmm.
agency in Jamaica. We don't hear about that a lot in Jamaica. There's so many stigmatism against people who are mentally disabled. There's so much nicknames for it. So,
What really,
open.
every society has the things that they shun, and whether it's gay people, whether it's
Hmm.
mental illness. Um, why mental illness? What about the culture in Jamaica has them? That's awful.
Right. In Jamaica, it's really bad because if you have a family member who's mentally ill, some people try to disassociate themselves with that family member. I remember growing up in high school, we used to see someone who, at the time, I didn't understand, but I would see kids stoning someone who's mentally disabled. But even then, I knew it wasn't right, so I would tell them, "Don't do that. You wouldn't want anybody to do that to your family member. So why are you doing that to this person?"
Interesting.
Um, but it is so bad. I have an uncle who started displaying mental health issues, and it was really hard to even get him to accept that he had an issue, because there is just this thing about, oh, they call it madman,
I
so,
got
oh,
it.
I'm not
Yeah, yeah,
mad.
yeah.
Right. Oh, I'm not mad. Nothing is wrong with me. You're trying to put this stigma on me. So it was really hard in having him accept help. But thank God this year he saw a psychiatrist. He's now on the proper medication that he
Wonderful.
needs. So
It's
yeah.
interesting, just ironic that in the United States, it's the extremely well-to-do and the high society that shun their mentally ill. They get them off to
Hmm.
institutions. They don't invite them for holidays. They send them checks and money with the intent of, just stay out of my hair. I don't want to have to admit when I'm at my next tea party on Fifth Avenue that I've got a son or a daughter with mental illness. Heaven forbid. Wow. Before you go, one more time.
Okay.
Why do you love the job so much?
Well, as I said in the beginning, personal experience with having family members who has a disability, it's something that I love. I like to help people. At the end of the day, when someone can say thank you, it's really heartwarming. Sometimes that's all the reward you need, just to have someone say thank you so much for helping me.
Yannick, which office do you work out of?
I work at the New Rochelle office.
I just have to stop by, and there are a couple, you and a couple of others that I've talked to. I've got to meet you one day. You are a credit to Choice. It's
Thank
just
you.
a credit to humanity. Keep doing what you do. Thank you for all your time today. I really appreciate it. Again, you've been listening to our Choice Hour here on Radio Westchester. Yannick Cameron, Client Care Coordinator with Choice, the supervisor, actually Client Care Coordinator supervisor with Choice. Thank you very much, and you have a great day and stay safe, stay healthy.
Okay.
All righty. Look at that. We put another one in the books. We get to do this again tomorrow. We'll keep you informed. Although, you know what? If we're not here, the only thing that'll be different is you won't be looking out the window at an empty train station. We've got to confer with the powers that be, health professionals, everything else, and see what our own future brings here. But either which way and however, we will continue to bring you Mornings with Bob Marrone, Radio Westchester, and we have some people to thank. Of course, today we want to thank our guests, and we'll start in reverse order. Yannick Cameron, our long-form guest on the Choice Hour. Andy Spano, former county executive and political analyst. We, of course, had John Bailey in the house, Vince Russo, and James Redding. James Redding, the guy who came on, one of the few people here working at the radio station, still at the TV station. What's wrong with me? Train station, Stephen. What at the station? At the train station. a maintenance guy, but who's out there braving it every day to make sure that the train station is safe with respect to cleaning up and disinfecting and so forth. So good for you, James Redding, and thanks for spending time with us this morning. And of course, Vince Russo and our sponsors. We always need to thank United Hebrew of New Rochelle, a top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Our friends over at the Beachmont Tavern. Plug in virtualreality.com. Dominic's Fine Cigars, the law firm of Payne and Kahn. And Aging Issues Management and their partners, Aging Issues Radio. And we look forward to tomorrow. We'll be talking with Vince. We'll be talking with Janelle Albritton, public health professional. We're going to talk with Steve Callis about sports nonetheless. We'll talk about, of course, and that's the second, of course, bad radio when you do that. We'll be talking about the great Brady, Mr. Brady, and whether or not he can help Tampa Bay. Al Tarantino, city councilman from District 2, will be with us tomorrow. So too will Dr. Richard Sternberg. And you know we'll be talking about the virus and things you can do to stay safe. And then after that, we will be joined by the playwright, find out what plays are coming up, playwright Richard Cerulli, and, of course, you. And we'll have some phone call openings tomorrow as well. I'm Bob Marrone. Thank you for listening. This is Radio Westchester. I'm Bob Marrone. It's 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. I gotta get my head straight. 10 o'clock.